Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching.
going to ask everyone if they could take their seat, please. Grab a coffee or something to eat and join us. You're good. Tell them, help yourselves. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the College of Science and the Patient Advocacy Initiative, I am so grateful and thankful that you are all here. I know most of you know me. My name is Barb Calhoun. I am the Reisenauer Family Director of the Patient Advocacy Initiative, and also I direct the minor in Science and Patient Advocacy. A couple things, speaking of the minor, if you see a student that has a name tag that has a shamrock on it, that means you can ask them for help if you need it, and they will, if they can't help you, they will find someone who can. We have a great group of students. Also, I am asking, and I'm actually like forcefully asking, fill out the evaluation, because we cannot make things better unless we hear from all of you. So on the form that was given to you, on the schedule and information, down at the bottom where it says evaluation, the QR code is right there. You just click on it, it'll take you there. It's not lengthy, but it's so important to us. It's anonymous, so I would appreciate your help. And also, this afternoon we're going to have a new addition to the summit. We're going to have a workshop that's sponsored by the National Organization of Rare Disorders. And so we invite you all to participate in that, and we'll have students interacting and helping as well. We also will have a rare rally. We're going to get fired up for the football game this weekend. So afterwards, we're going to go over to Jordan Hall, which is right north of us, and we are going to have activities and fun, but we're also going to have the bagpipes, and we're going to have the leprechaun, and we're going to have a photo booth and face painting and ice cream. So make sure that you're all there to enjoy it with us. So I just wanted to start by saying that from the very beginning, the Patient Advocacy Initiative has been rooted in the principle of patients and families are central to everything that we do. And not only with the research and the education and the advocacy, but we strive to improve, knowing that we cannot do that unless the patient perspective is central to everything that we teach and lend to our students. So it's important that you know that, because we are so grateful for the families that are here. We see your strength and your resilience and your dedication, determination. And I want you to know that your courage really does inspire all of us, and your voice leads us. So I encourage you to speak with the students today to help them further understand your journey so that they can be the true advocate that we're hoping that they will be. So I would also like to give you a little bit of update on what we're up to with the program. When I say, yeah, we have collaborations and partnerships, what does that really mean? So I just wanted to give you a quick perspective on the things that have happened. This is the 5th annual summit, and we have had a gracious donor, Josh Brumm, who I will introduce in a little bit. He has endowed this program so that we can have this year after year and grow it, and that's another reason why the evaluation is so important. But I wanted to tell you what it is that we do. So first and foremost, I want to introduce Katrina Conrad. She's in the corner. Could you stand up, Katrina? So Katrina and I have been working together, I can't believe, almost 3 years. And I think that there's something special about this connection. There are legendary duos. There is, there is Ethel and Lucy. There is Buzz and Woody. I was going to say peanut butter and jelly first, but anyway, I want to show you that this is the new dynamic duo of patient advocacy. Katrina is absolutely wonderful. She brings talent, energy, and insight that really drives this program. And so I just wanted to take a special moment to let her know how much she's appreciated and how awesome she is. But I'm part of the duo. Yeah. Yeah, we also had yin and yang, but you took it out. Too many things. So anyway, you know, the thing, it's funny, but really we are doing great things. We have real impact. We are solving challenges. We're creating opportunities, and we're supporting the patients. And it's really what it's all about. So there are so many others that I want to thank. I will not read these all to you, but I want you to know that I will individually find you all and thank you, because without you, there would be no success. You are vital to the success of this program. I want to especially thank all of the Notre Dame Rare team that has helped create this wonderful event today. So the Patient Advocacy Initiative, and this is a lot of words, but basically I want to say that we are guided in the mission to not only educate our minds, but educate our hearts and help those that are most vulnerable. And I believe truly that the rare disease community is underserved phenomenally. And so we are aligned with the mission and hopeful that we can change the direction of that underserved. We prepare our undergraduates to advocate for rare disease patients. We provide them the skills and the knowledge needed to be those effective advocates. And the hope is that they leave here having it internalized and continue on. So I'm proud to say that so far we're doing a pretty good job. We also connect patient advocates with resources and services, and we foster collaborations. We want to partner with organizations and biotech companies, industry leaders, and stakeholders in rare. So I want to make sure I'm on the right, yes. So the minor, I teach the minor, 3 of the 4 classes in there, and in 5 years, the minor has quadrupled in the number of students that are enrolled. And we now have students from 8 different majors, including neuroscience and behavior, biology, science pre-professional, which is pre-med, and even biochemistry. And the hope is just to continue to expand that across campus. So it also remains the first minor in the country focused on rare disease patient advocacy. So I'm proud to say that. Yay! So we go beyond campus. We are trying so hard to let people know that we are here and we're willing to partner. We have partnered with over 100 families, either through coursework or events, just in the past year. We've connected 140 new individuals who knew nothing about us. We've connected them with resources and services just this year. We've built 44 new partnerships for classroom and co-curricular collaboration, and we have 2 events a year. This one, this one, and thank you. Woo! Almost had a disaster. I would have need my duo over there. Get up here. No, but we've actually had these 2 events, and this one is one I'm so proud of, but also the Rare Disease Day observance in February. And it's open to the public and free to all. So speaking of this summit, the alumni, I'm sorry. The alumni, we've had so many students graduate, 48, And predominantly, they're going to pre-med or med school or already in med school. But we also have students that are doing dental PA programs, master's programs. We have a heightened interest in genetic counseling now, so it's wonderful. And this really reflects the deep impact that we are creating through this program. And I want to, okay. So we are there. I kind of skipped ahead on when the thing fell. So, but I want you to know that we could not be where we are without all of you, and I thank you so much for being here. I want to change direction a little bit, and I want to introduce someone who is a champion to patients and a strong partner to Notre Dame. Josh Brumm first connected with the College of Science in 2021 when he read about the minor starting in LinkedIn. And he immediately wanted to be part of the community. And as CEO of Dyne Therapeutics at the time, he helped create a collaboration that launched our annual summit, which you are all enjoying today. That first year, we had 75 attendees. And today, with this vision and support, we had 260 registered throughout the day. Josh is a passionate advocate for patients, a Notre Dame grad, and an accomplished biotech leader. He has held senior leadership roles across multiple companies, led 4 of them to successful IPOs, and helped advance transformative programs for rare muscle diseases and cancer. Most recently, in March 2025, he became CEO of Crescent Bio, following his time as a general partner at Forbion and president and CEO of Dyne. So over his career, Josh has raised nearly $3 billion in capital, guided companies through groundbreaking research milestones, and continuously kept patients at the center of innovation. His dedication extends beyond the lab and the boardroom, and he's been a generous supporter of this very summit, ensuring that our advocacy remains strong. Please join me in welcoming a true leader, advocate, and friend to Notre Dame, Josh Brumm. So I just wanted to offer you a small token of our deep appreciation. So when you get done, I want to, or you can open it now if you'd like.
Now?
Yeah, yeah.
Starting with a gift. I like that. Thank
You
you.
can wait for the card later.
Oh, this is great.
So this is made by Woodworks, and it's a crucifix with the dome, and we hope that is added to your office.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Barb, and thank you to Notre Dame for the invitation to come speak today. It's a privilege and an honor to be here and be amongst people that are all like-minded, thinking about how we can come together and serve each other. And what I would ask to start is, what could be more Notre Dame than what we're doing right here? Thinking about, as a student, coming to this university, thinking about the service mindset, the lessons of giving back and working for each other and doing projects for good, which is a key theme for this university at this point in time. I think that, coupled with Father Bob's message around hope, is exactly why we're all here. Having spent a long time in biotech and developing drugs, it really wasn't until I had the ability to really interact with patients at Dyne Therapeutics when we were working in rare muscle diseases, where you really started to understand that intimate connection with patients. We were talking to students earlier this morning, and intimacy was the word that came up in our conversation, and how different it is when you're working in a rare disease versus when you're working in big pharma or you're working on, more GP type drugs where you can't have that connection with patients. That's what makes rare disease special, and I think that's what makes this opportunity to support patient advocacy very unique to me and my family. I think that while patient advocacy is not unique, I think what Barb and the university has done with the patient advocacy minor is completely unique to Notre Dame. And I think that as we had a chance to interact with patients over the last few weeks, we're hearing from our students that the patient advocacy minor is actually a differentiator for them as they move into applying for medical school, and the interview process and the questions that other medical schools are asking about the patient advocacy minor. And I think that it is a completely differentiator for Notre Dame. It's so core to the mission of this university, and I think that I would love to see that the patient advocacy minor and what we're doing here, fighting for patients, gets into all of the other colleges here on campus. I think the College of Science can lead this university because everybody can be an advocate for people and for patients that are suffering. Just a personal story for me. My niece, my brother had a baby girl a couple of years ago, and this was after I had already started as CEO of Dyne, where I was really engaged in getting to understand rare disease and patient advocacy at a whole different level, where baby Rin's a one of one in the world. And I watched how up close and personal people and families are asking for questions, asking for answers, very little information coming back, lack of understanding, physicians that don't see patients like this, in her case ever, but in other rare diseases, maybe they see 4 or 5 patients in their entire career. And how do they connect and really help those families and caregivers, because it completely transforms and changes their lives. I've seen my sister-in-law absolutely quit her job, full-time care for baby Rin, and then I see the love that she has for this baby girl, this beautiful baby girl who can't speak, who cannot eat on her own, and is missing a part of a gene that only she and the whole world is missing. And you start to understand that advocacy becomes the voice that amplifies and delivers hope for these patients and these families. And that's why we're here. And I just think that could not be more uniquely suited for this university, for the students that are here that will carry this on and be the next generation of leaders. And I think that if we could just touch one student today to make a difference in a family's life in the future, we've been successful in this day we'll spend together. But I know it being Notre Dame that it'll be much more than one, because the kids that come here, the mission driven, the purpose that they have in their life is why they come to this university and what makes this place so special. It's a complete honor to be here, to be able to support this, to partner with the University, the College of Science, Barb. And the last thing I'll say is that when you know it's special, Notre Dame moves very quickly. Normally, when you make a phone call at 6 in the morning to your development guy and say, hey, I've got an idea, I saw this advocacy minor, we got to do this, it could take a couple of years to get that going. Dean Schnell was here at the time. Dean Corselli is taking that and running with that as well. We got this thing up in like 4.5 months. And that just shows you Notre Dame's commitment to these families as well, and really bringing them to the students, making that connection and planting that seed of inspiration that will drive them and motivate them in their careers. So I just want to say thank you for letting me be here. Thank you for coming here. It's truly an honor to be here and supporting this. So thank you, Barb.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tim Tyson, and I'm a current senior and MSPA peer leader. It's an honor to introduce our keynote speaker today, Bryce Walker. Bryce graduated from Notre Dame in 2024 from the Mendoza College of Business and is best known to many of us as a 2-time NCAA national champion with the Irish men's lacrosse team. In fact, many of Bryce's teammates are here today. But today, Bryce is here to share a different kind of story, one of resilience. After being diagnosed with sarcoidosis last year, he turned to endurance sports as both therapy and a platform for raising awareness. In just a short time, he completed the Austin Marathon, is training for an Ironman, and will soon run the New York City Marathon as part of Team Rally for Sarc. Beyond athletics, Bryce is building his career at Pennybacker Capital and remains deeply involved in nonprofit and volunteer work. His story reflects not only incredible strength, but also a commitment to transforming challenge into impact. Please join me in welcoming Bryce.
Thank you, Tim. I appreciate it. Hi, y'all. My name is Bryce Walker, as Tim said. I'm 23 years old and a 2024 Notre Dame graduate. I was born and raised in Austin, Texas, where I currently reside. And during my time here, I studied finance and social entrepreneurship, while also, as Tim said, competing as a member on the Notre Dame lacrosse team. About 1 year ago, I was diagnosed with a rare disease called sarcoidosis, significantly impacting my day-to-day life and throwing a curveball into what would become my new normal. So, I got it. But this new normal also changed my perspective on a lot of things, enlightening me and narrowing my focus on what's important to me now. Until my diagnosis, I'd never even heard this word, sarcoidosis. So I can imagine it's a mystery for a lot of y'all as well. Quite frankly, I'm still trying to wrap my head around what exactly it means. But to my best of my understanding, sarcoidosis is a rare inflammatory disease where my immune system goes into overdrive and creates tiny clumps of cells called granulomas. When too many of these clumps form, they can damage an organ and keep it from functioning correctly. Over time, this can cause permanent damage. Sarcoidosis affects the lungs in about 90% of patients, but it can strike any organ, as you will see through my story. Sarcoidosis is referred to as a snowflake disease because no two cases are the same in any organ affected, in terms of any organ affected or symptoms that the patient experiences. However, common symptoms include fatigue, swollen lymph nodes, weakness, and numbness. Sarcoidosis is hard to diagnose, as many patients see multiple doctors over several years before getting answers. Even once diagnosed, treatment options are limited, and there is still no known cure. There are between 175 to 200,000 patients here in the US today and 1.2 million worldwide. But there are certainly even more undiagnosed due to the nature of this rare disease. Getting to be here today with you all is such an honor and never something that I would have imagined possible. I would like to extend a huge thank you to Barbara Calhoun, Katrina Conrad, and the entire Brumm Patient Advocacy Summit team for affording me the opportunity to be with you all today. Years ago, during my college lacrosse recruiting experience, I heard all about how it was a 40-year decision rather than a 4-year decision, and that could not be more true here at Notre Dame. You don't realize the genuine care of the Notre Dame network until you're a part of it, and I couldn't be more thankful to be a part of this special group. Thank you for having me, and thank you all for being here. I hope that a piece of my story today resonates with each of you, and I would love to answer any questions at the end. Throughout my life, I've always been extremely active. I played just about every sport imaginable growing up, and movement has always been an integral part of my life. As a kid, it provided me a much-needed way to release energy because I couldn't sit still. As I've grown older, it has given me an outlet of competition, goal creation and chasing, and overall health preservation. I absolutely live off competition, with others and with myself. I think you will find that very evident as you look at my life prior to graduation and now my life post-grad. But although I was active and a healthy athlete to normal standards, and my parents would certainly attest to this, I've always been someone who gets the weirdest sicknesses, diseases now, rashes, you name it. My mom would always lovingly tell me, "It's always something with you, kid," and she was completely right. Fast forwarding to my college days, there was still never a dull moment when it came to my health. I got a bone bruise on my knee freshman year running into a wall in my dorm. When I got COVID, I also happened to simultaneously get strep throat. And you can't forget about the countless hours that I logged in the training room during my time here. Just ask our team athletic trainer, Mandy, or any of the other team's athletic trainers for that sake, because they all saw a ton of me too. It's weird to say, but having a rare disease almost fits. Symptoms started during my senior year in April 2024. To be exact, on April 22nd, I was up all night throwing up with what was later deemed the stomach flu. After a sleepless night and a trip to the ER, I eventually got IV bags and treatment to rehydrate me. After a couple more days bedridden, I returned to practice. Mind you, this was in the thick of our regular season, at the end, preparing for the ACC tournament and playoffs. When I returned to practice, one of the things that I noticed stepping into the bright light was an increased number of black spots across my vision. While I later found out that these were floaters, in the moment, I assumed I was just super dehydrated from all the throwing up and being sick. To paint the picture for y'all, it felt as if I was looking through a screen door, or when you squint your eyes and can barely see through your eyelashes. When I returned to practice again the next day and noticed that my vision was still off despite hydrating like my life depended on it, I knew something wasn't right. I remember talking to our athletic trainer and team doctor to get connected to a local eye doctor. In these early stages of everything, it was almost hard for people around me, and even myself, to believe the symptoms, because in a way, it seemed like just another weird Bryce thing. After some testing and examination, the eye doctor here in South Bend diagnosed me with intermediate uveitis, which simply put is inflammation in the eyes, causing floaters, sensitivity to light, and so on. This diagnosis started me on steroidal eye drops. But as days went by, I wasn't noticing much of a difference from the medication, so we decided to do more lab testing. Everything came back clean in my blood work, besides some slightly abnormal markers related to my kidney function. I didn't think too much of this because, one, I am not a doctor, and two, I felt quote-unquote healthy again. The only symptoms I was having were related to my eyesight and experiencing high amounts of dizziness and fatigue at the end of the day. But again, we were in the thick of our season, practicing hard. The weather was warming back up, and final exams were on the horizon. So I thought these stressors and taxes on my body were just a result of these things going on in my life, and not a disease that I had never even heard about before. I've come to learn that this diagnosis journey for most rare diseases is long and frustrating because they are just that, rare. The number of patients are lower, therefore the doctors that know how to identify these complicated diseases are lower. During this time, when I was searching for answers, trying to figure out the root cause of all this, I had an army of people working on my behalf. If you take one thing away from this today, I hope it is the importance of relationships. As people choosing to be here, as advocates, you might feel like your work is sometimes meaningful, but you might also feel like sometimes you're running in place. I hope to show you through my story and diagnosis journey that your work and support is making a difference, even when it might not feel that way. Here at school, our support staff was doing everything they could to get more data points, striving for answers. Whether that be labs, sending me to specialists for exams, imaging, you name it, they were doing it. And eventually, we had data to start identifying trends, specifically within my kidney function. Simultaneously, I was having conversations with my eye doctor back home in Austin, who just so happens to be a close family friend and one of my dad's first work colleagues. He is also the man that helped make us aware of the close link between the kidneys and the eyes, something that I would have never known before this. Once we started to understand that my eye symptoms might be a result of an underlying problem with my kidneys, we then began the process of trying to see a specialist. Seeing a nephrologist sounds simple to the common ear, like going in for a checkup. That could not be further from reality. Even with the backing of my primary care physician, my wait time to even get looked at by a nephrologist was 2 months. Once again, highlighting the difficulties faced by patients with rare diseases before they're even diagnosed. Although I joined the wait list, I knew I needed answers sooner for the sake of my mind and health. Thankfully, the mom of one of my former teammates and best friends here at Notre Dame worked in patient advocacy herself and was able to connect me and get me seen almost immediately by a kidney specialist just outside of Austin. Once again, I would not be where I am today in battling this disease or in any other facet of life if it wasn't for the people in my life. We have all heard the cliche, you are who you surround yourself with, but it's a cliche for a reason. My world conspired to help me in a way that wouldn't have been possible without relationships. The relationships that we foster provide support during these challenging times, but both as emotional comfort and as practical assistance, like each of these people provided me. Relationships multiply our resilience, and I believe that's what it means to be a patient advocate. As weird as it is to say, the actual moment of diagnosis for me was almost a sigh of relief. After months and months of unexplained symptoms, I finally had an answer to what was causing it all. And more than that, I now had a plan of action. Those that know me know that I'm all about action and chasing goals, which I will shed more light on here in a minute. And although I had absolutely no idea what sarcoidosis even was, I was just relieved for a sense of direction. After talking on the phone and messaging with other patients since my journey has begun, I'd have to guess that this is how a lot of rare disease patients feel. Due to the nature of the diagnostic process associated with rare diseases, getting an actual diagnosis feels like a step in the right direction. However, that certainly doesn't make it easy by any means. On one hand, it's not as devastating as a cancer diagnosis, and for that, I'm so thankful. On another hand, it's challenging because of how much is unknown. This is classified as a rare disease for a reason, and as a patient living with it, it leaves a lot of questions up in the air. In all honesty, that's the most unsettling part for me. Since my diagnosis, I have undoubtedly made adjustments throughout my lifestyle. These adjustments range from little things, like meal prepping each week so that my food is lower in sodium, healthy, and portion controlled, ensuring that I don't overeat when my medication makes me think that I'm starving. Or changing what I do in my free time or how I socialize. Because although I may still look normal, as people say, there are things that I can't do the same in the same capacity that I used to. And I'm finding alternatives to those things instead. For example, although my dosage of prednisone has decreased from 80 milligrams per day to 20 milligrams per day, I'm still puffier in the face, making my desire to be out in social settings much lower. I have never been a heavy drinker, but it's not easy telling a recent college grad that they can't socialize in that way the same way anymore. But in the grand scheme of things, these are very small adjustments that I will gladly make. Because rather than focusing on the things that I can't do, I would rather focus on the things that I can do. And this journey has led me to so many new gifts. While adversity hurts, complicates things, and throws a wrench into our plans, it can also be focusing and enlightening if used correctly. Rather than focusing on the things that I can't do the same that I used to be able to, I have focused my energy towards new endeavors. For me, that new endeavor has predominantly been training and competing in endurance sports. While trying something new after college is not anything new, the reasoning behind my decision may be a little bit different. See, a lot of people finish their college athletic careers a bit lost, unsure how to channel that competitive drive anymore. Under normal circumstances, I might have been one of those people, and for the 3 months between graduation and diagnosis, I certainly was one of those people. Happening when it happened, my focus and decision of where I was going to channel all of this energy made the decision for me, almost in a sense. To set the timeline for you, I graduated in May of 2024 on the highest of highs after winning back-to-back national championships. I came back home relatively lost on how I wanted to train, whether that be play men's league lacrosse, weightlift, or dive into some new competition. In August, I decided to run the Austin Marathon, something brand new to me, but a challenge I wanted to embark on. Never could I have imagined it would lead me to where we are today. In the middle of marathon prep, I was diagnosed. Rather than thinking, hey, maybe I should pull back and relax, I doubled down in the training. Quite literally, I changed my goal time to be 15 minutes faster than I originally set out to be. The more and more that I dug into the disease, the more and more I felt called to endurance sports. Let me explain. First, I saw the training as a way to offset my increased appetite and side effects of my medication. If I had a good reason to fuel before and after training, I knew I could more effectively offset the caloric increase that was coming. My hunger is still rampant, even on a lower dose of the medication, so you can imagine what it was like on a dose quadruple the size. That dosage was so high that it raised my cholesterol, putting me on another medication. And I never thought I'd be in cholesterol medicine before my dad, but here we are. Secondly, anyone who has ever trained for any sort of endurance event knows the time commitment that it takes. Unlike lacrosse, where I could get a productive wall ball session in 15 minutes, a short run in marathon prep takes around 45 minutes, plus fueling and warming up on top of that. Not to mention the hours that it takes if you're completing a long run or a long bike session. But from the start, I enjoyed these long sessions. I have fallen in love with the day-to-day grind, the analytics, the recovery, and everything that goes into these big weeks of training and race prep. So much so that I even created an Instagram account where I post my daily workouts, mindset, and progress, all while just trying to keep it fun. This became a time for me to focus on the task at hand and just work on myself, rather than focus on everything else. These sessions became a way for me to not sit around thinking about the hand that I was dealt, but instead the best way to play it. And they became a healthy alternative for me socially, as I have now joined groups and teams to socialize through training. And even further, I have become closer with certain friends, as I realize who my interests align most with and who makes me a better version of myself. And lastly, and most importantly, I fell in love with the training because of the specifics of my sarcoidosis. As I mentioned at the beginning, sarcoidosis is a snowflake disease, meaning it can affect anyone differently. 90% of cases are in the lungs, and many in the heart as well. While it may be annoying for me to regulate my diet or have trouble tracking the ball on a golf course because of the floaters, I am so thankful that I am not compromised in a way that affects my athletic ability. And because of that, I quite honestly feel called to a lifestyle of competition, movement, and sport. I am not someone who believes in mere coincidences. I believe in God. I believe that God has a plan for each and every one of us, and He doesn't make mistakes. So when my interests of competition and sport align with me still being able to do what many other SARC patients can't, I absolutely feel called to make the most of that blessing. From the outside, this might look a little over the top to a lot of people, and I totally get that. But I can confidently say that there's not anyone who knows me that would be surprised that I've chosen to take this circumstance and decision to a whole new level. I may not be great at everything, but when I choose to do something, I go all in on it and see it through to its fullest. So when people ask me, why do you train so hard still after college? Or why endurance sports when I've been a quick twitch guy my whole life? My answer goes back to all of these points. I truly do love the training. I love pushing myself. I love sweating, and I love seeing what I am capable of. But that why has evolved into something much bigger than my own interests. This November, I'm running the New York City Marathon for the Foundation for Sarcoidosis Research, or FSR. FSR is the leading international organization dedicated to finding a cure for sarcoidosis and improving care for patients through research, education, and support. But to be completely honest, at first I wasn't so sure I wanted to jump back into marathon training because I was enjoying triathlon training so much. When FSR announced that they had 5 bibs that you could apply for, I was gearing up for my first Ironman 70.3 and really excited about progressing in all 3 sports. But as I explained earlier, I felt called to compete, be an advocate, and run for a cause much bigger than myself. I knew this would be an absolute honor for me to get to partake in, if selected. When I found out that I had been selected to join Team Rally for SARC, I was absolutely ecstatic. Getting to raise money, spread awareness, run in honor of patients that physically can't, and shed a light on a disease so close means so much to me. And getting to do it my way through an outlet that fits me makes it even more special. I believe God has given me this platform and path for a reason. I'm still trying to figure out exactly what those reasons are and what that path looks like, but I firmly believe He has a reason and a plan. Quite frankly, I do not believe in mere coincidences, and I do believe that God has a plan for all of us that will come to light. I also believe that you are all here today for a reason, and that each of us has the ability to be a force for good for others. Not only do we have the ability, but I believe it's our duty to do so. To everyone here in attendance today, watching online, I hope you take these messages with you throughout your life. First, don't underestimate the power of your network and who you surround yourself with. Ask yourself if your relationships are lifting you up or how you can foster connections that do. Look for opportunities to lift up the people around you because you never know what they may be going through. Second, I hope you gained an insightful glimpse into the mind and daily unknowns that come with rare diseases. My experiences are a small sample size, but I know there are many commonalities amongst us all. And lastly, I urge you to care because while headlines go to better known diseases, in aggregate, there are a lot of us dealing with these lesser known things. Part of the indie message and faith community is thinking of people in need, in less than, and dealing with struggles that we may know nothing about. Just by being here today, you all are taking the first step in line with the university's motto of being a force for good. Creating advocacy helps with the resources and knowledge around these diseases, and it's a lot more than what meets the eye, as I hope I have displayed today. We all deal with these diseases internally and externally differently. There are also so many people that are undiagnosed, just as my diagnosis journey took numerous months to come to. By starting this conversation, raising awareness and funding, hopefully we can create a world where more people get the help that they need across all rare diseases. Thank you. Yeah, if anyone has any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. Fisher. If anyone couldn't hear, the question was, what are your plans after the New York City Marathon? I'm really excited about getting back into more triathlon stuff, especially I want to do a full Ironman at some point, but kind of unrelated to anything I've spoken on today. It's always, to put it out there in the world, always been a dream of mine and my brother's to try to get on the amazing race. So if anyone knows anyone, that's also a dream. Thanks, Fisher. Oh, yes, sir.
For your disease, would it be possible at birth for the genetic assay test would it have detected it, or is that the genetic just too difficult to? So my question is, for your disease, genetic assays are racing forward, and more, if you can catch things at birth, then there's all kinds of other opportunities. Would it have been possible with your disease, or is the genetic kind of signature too complex? Sure.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, on the scientific side, I'm a little bit less knowledgeable, but I do know now that FSR is kind of looking for markers and getting and running tests with patients to try to figure out if there is a way to diagnose it earlier. But right now, it's still kind of up in the air on how even it comes about later in life. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for sharing your story.
Yeah, thank you.
You did a great job sharing all of how you felt in your journey, and we really appreciate that. I'd love to know a little bit more about how your social connections have changed and how you've built a sense of community around you since your diagnosis, which might be very different from what you experienced as a student and now post-grad as well. So in addition to the meal prepping and the training, can you talk to us a little bit about why that's changed and how you think you've benefited from the sense of community and building up around you?
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a great question. Thank you. And I think it honestly started before diagnosis by having a really strong group around me, like a ton of guys here today. And it's those same people that have checked up on me kind of throughout this journey. And then I get to come back here and spend time with them. And they don't treat me differently. They don't look at me any differently. So I think just having those relationships built up prior to diagnosis was huge for me. But then post-diagnosis, as I kind of mentioned, it's been really enlightening because those relationships just become stronger that you already had. But then my new interests in endurance sports and stuff like that, like I've definitely joined more run clubs back home, in different avenues that I've now kind of joined into more, I think have really come to light and been a bigger focus in my life. But yeah, as far as relationships go, it's just been getting closer with those people. And obviously some things I do more now and some things I do less just based on the diagnosis. And a lot of that's honestly just internally, like not wanting to be out in crowds as much, or thinking that I might get looked at differently. But that's all internal. And I still try to do everything to normal standards of what I used to as much as I can.
Thank you for sharing your story. It sounds like between training and the introduction, you still have time to work. I was wondering if you had any accommodations necessary for that.
No, my job right now is super accommodating and getting me here, and they know what I'm kind of dealing with and going through, and I do go to labs every 6 weeks and see my nephrologist every 6 weeks, so that does throw a wrench in things, but they're accommodating, and I think just kind of like anything in life, communication being a focal point makes it all easier, but in terms of other accommodations, no, but just having good people around you that support you and want to see you kind of succeed and thrive.
Bryce, thank you so much for sharing your story. And you're going to be sticking around today, right? So if folks have other questions, do you welcome them?
Yeah, definitely. You can come up to me. I hope I'm a friendly face for y'all to talk to.
Wonderful. Thank you, Bryce.
I appreciate it.
Good morning. My name is Julianne Angtuaco, and I'm a current senior and a MSPA peer leader. I am so excited to introduce the moderator of our first panel, Miss Emily Ward. Emily is the founder and CEO of Into Strategies, a disabled-led firm dedicated to advancing justice for people with disabilities and expanding access to education. A proud Notre Dame graduate, Emily went on to earn advanced degrees in education and public policy. And her career has taken her from the classroom in Mississippi to the campaign trail with Mayor Pete, and even to the White House, where she served as the Biden-Harris administrator's liaison to disabled Americans. Emily has been recognized nationally for her work, including a recent featured article highlighting her role in driving some of the most significant changes for disabled travelers in decades. Now back in South Bend, she continues to use her experience to make real impact. Please join me in welcoming Emily Ward, who will also be joined by 4 amazing panelists who will introduce themselves.
Thank you so much for the warm introduction and for being here today. While my fellow panelists come onto the stage, a few thoughts that are, both of which I've only developed here this morning, listening to Bryce and being in community with you here. So forgive me if they're in sort of draft mode to a certain extent. The first being, I am a Midwesterner. We were talking about this before. Hearing my own accomplishments read back to me in a room is like, I have to dissociate. Because while I am I'm proud of the work that I've done in the community that I've put in, or that has gotten me here. It's uncomfortable, right? So, but one piece I was focusing on is a critical aspect that is not named in my bio, not for any reason in particular, but is that I am a person with a disability. I am a patient. And for some of you in the room, that might be very clear just looking at me. But I want to name that because I am no less a former White House staffer and a campaign worker and a small business owner when I'm lying in a hospital bed, as recently as May, as I am a person with a disability when I'm on this stage hearing my bio being read, right? I am both one and the same. I can't remove that hat in the same way that none of my fellow panelists can. So I just want to name that because I think sometimes our own inherent ableism, frankly, that all of us have, even those of us with disabilities, we hear the word patient and we think of somebody that is not us, is not here in this room. But I am a patient. I think my fellow panelists would agree, we are all patients. And anyways, it's kind of a thought in progress, but it is worth mentioning. 2, contrary to many kind of popular, sometimes harmful beliefs, people with disabilities aren't inherently strong, right? What you don't see on this stage and in our bios and in the stories that we tell here are the clunky moments, the moments that are full of hurt and frustration and disappointment. But our strength, your strength, is born out of community, out of vulnerability, out of places like Notre Dame and Villanova University, which my panelists will share with you about their experiences at Villanova. We are strong because of these communities that surround us with belonging and empathy and hope and places in which we can be our true selves, bringing all of the pieces of ourselves. So I just wanted to set that stage as we enter into this panel entitled Strength and Resilience. So I wanted to name that. And with that, before we jump into conversation, I want to kick it off. Maybe Nyla, you can kick us off introducing yourself, and then we're going to have a really wonderful conversation. We'll go down the line. Ty, you can kick it off after Nyla. We'll go down. Hit it.
Hi, my name is Nyla. I went to undergraduate here. I did political science and English. I graduated last spring, which is crazy. And I didn't get enough, so I came back for my master's, so I'm still here. And I'm an assistant rector and Brian Phillips Hall, go Babes. And I'm hoping to maybe like publish and become a professor when I'm older. I was born with spina bifida, so my spine was sticking out when I was born, and I had club feet, so my feet were backwards. And through like a really long process, like we decided to amputate so I could actually walk better. So that's like an interesting amputation story of like it was easier for me to walk after that happened. But then throughout most of my like 3rd grade to this past year, I had reoccurring bone infections, so osteomyelitis. So I've struggled a lot with like being healthy and not knowing when that journey ends. So that's a little bit about me. I'm excited to be here. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you all for having me. My name is Ty Davidson. I'm a junior at Villanova University. I'm majoring in English and minoring in political science. And where I want to go in the future would be along the law route and maybe even the real estate agent route. For my rare patient disease, I have epilepsy or focal dysplasia, which means that after I have a seizure, I can't really talk for about like 2 hours at the most. So, yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Gabe Donovan. I'm a senior here at Villanova University studying public service administration in the humanities. I'm hoping I am right now also in a 4+1 year program to get my MPA, my Master's in Public Administration. And after that, I actually hope to do ACE right here at Villanova. And then after that, maybe professorship of some kind. Still figuring that stuff out. My patient advocacy story is I have something called neurofibromatosis type 1, which in short makes me a multiple brain tumor patient.
Hi, I'm Annie Hamilton, and I'm a senior at Notre Dame studying Chinese and sociology, and then minoring in international security. And in the future, I hope to work for the government, maybe in some type of foreign intelligence or security, and maybe law school, I'm not sure. But my rare disease story is when I was 9, I was diagnosed with Friedreich's ataxia, which is a neuromuscular degenerative genetic disease. Which pretty much affects every ability that I do have. And I've been in a wheelchair since I was 14.
Fantastic. I am so curious. I'm 10 years out of my undergrad journey. You all are current undergrads. Tell me, and you can, whoever wants to start, but I'd love to hear from each of you, what is a challenge that you've experienced related to your disability during undergrad, and how did you persevere through it, and who, if anyone, were the people that you were with you in that kind of perseverance, in that challenge? Whoever wants to start.
I can go first. Luckily at Villanova, we have a really great Office of Disability Services, which is here with us today, and kind of a club associated with it called LEVEL, which is a student group to advocate for individuals with disabilities and level the playing field for students of all abilities. But for me, luckily my brain tumor locations are pretty stable, but I'm also a student with learning disabilities. I have ADHD, autism, dyslexia, and dysgraphia. And a big thing in a lot of my majors, humanities is a lot of reading and writing, and a lot of humanities teachers don't like computers in the classroom because writing on a notepad is shown as make you remember it more. But with my accommodations, I have a computer in the classroom, and that means I stick out like a black sheep. And one of the things I think a lot of individuals like me kind of struggle with and balance with is the spotlight's then on them. If they're not doing 100% what they should be doing on their computer, and we're all been undergrad, we haven't always 100% been doing everything we should be on our computer in class, then sometimes teachers think, oh, does this kid really need this accommodation? Are they just goofing off in class? And yada, yada, yada. But, luckily, I've never really had to deal with the backline of that. But that's something that's kind of, I think, an unsaid thing with students with disabilities don't talk about, is that it's not just getting the accommodations. That's the uphill battle. It's sometimes when you have the accommodations and you have all the resources provided to you, there are still issues along your college journey.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I can go. So a large part of my disease is fatigue. And before I came to Notre Dame, I had never really experienced experienced that bad of fatigue, because like when I was at home, it was more like you would have a full day of school and then you would have like physical therapy or whatever. But then you could, come home and your parents are there to, cook dinner for you, and you can get in bed and do the 2 hours of homework that you have. But coming to Notre Dame, it was very hard because there was a lot more for me to do after having like a full day of class and then going to physical therapy. There was still like, you went back to your dorm and you had to go with your friends in the dining hall, and then you like had to stay up to do the 4 or 5 hours of homework that you had, and you hung out with your roommates and you went, like there was just so much more for you to do, and it was all so great, and like I wanted to do all of it, but I learned that fatigue, especially for me, was a real thing, and what helped me to get through that was I had to learn that it's okay to ask for help and be like, no, I can't do that. And it was okay to have my roommates and my friends help me out to do things that maybe I couldn't do because of fatigue.
Another great help that I have would be what I got put in my head in 2018, which was a responsive neurostimulator. This responsive neurostimulator is a device with 4 leads, and it basically monitors your brain, and so it can detect when a seizure is happening and shoot it down, but it doesn't get all of the seizures. So I still get the seizures, which is the problem. And then the ambulance would come, and I tell them that I don't want to go to the hospital, and that always, it's troubling, because then you have to send an email to your teachers, because I can't really do work without having to send an email to my teachers saying, hey, I can't do this because I had a seizure on blah, 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 which I always hate having to admit.
Thank you, Ty. Yeah, thank you. I would say like 2 quick things. For me, like I've been a double amputee in and out of a wheelchair my entire life. So like going to school, like K through 12, like, I already had that relationship with school and disability. But I went to a small town who I was the only disabled person probably in the entire building. And so I didn't have accommodations. So I came to college thinking that would be similar. And so walking that line of yes, accommodations are available, and I now work in the Center for Student Support and Care, but throughout my undergrad, the step of knowing hey, I deserve it to myself, to ask for those accommodations, which might sound a little silly, but so many of my friends on campus have had similar struggles of simply starting the accommodation process and feeling validated and feeling you need it. The difference between a need and a want, I think, can be really confusing for students with disabilities. And the second thing is social life. So my senior year, I got sick again and I had surgery. So I was using my wheelchair, and senior year, more than half the students live off campus, and most of the off-campus housing doesn't have elevators. So, you know, you show up to go to a birthday party, it's on the 3rd floor, you didn't know there wasn't an elevator. Guess what? Either you're doing a piggyback ride or you're not going to the birthday party. So things like that, like, you know, a big part of senior year, like you have all the going to the bars and things like that, and are those accessible, or are they packed? Can you even get a wheelchair in? Or the fall break trip to Nashville, what does that look like with 10 21-year-olds and a girl in her wheelchair? So like those sorts of things can be really difficult, and a lot of that comes down to community, which thankfully Notre Dame very much had, and I'm really thankful for that. So
incredible. Thank you all for those reflections. Annie, I want to turn back to you. Talk me through, what advice would you give to this community, knowing that we have folks in the room that are themselves patients, parents, families, students, clinicians, professors? What advice would you give about how to best support students with disabilities on college campuses?
I mean, I guess it goes for like everyone, not just students with disabilities, but really you never know what someone's going through. So I feel like, especially for students with disabilities, it's important for professors and friends and community members to all give people a little bit of grace and to give them just kindness to deal with whatever they're dealing with, and always help out wherever you can, because you truly, whether it's an invisible disability or a visible one, you never know what that person is going through.
Gabe, I see you nodding along. What advice, do you have anything to add? What advice would you give to the group on supporting students with disabilities on college campuses and beyond?
I think just ask. I think disability is such a spectrum that everyone sees it differently and experiences it differently, that there's no like universal disability experience. And there might be a way one person might want to be referred to that's totally different from another person, and they might have the same exact disability. There are things that, you know, yeah, I think, but to go to Nyla's point too, especially on a college campus, so much of it is social that you could make every single dorm building and off-campus building accessible. But at the end of the day, it's about bringing people into the fold. And it's not just about making things accessible, it's about making things inclusive. That you need both things to make a diverse and happy campus and world.
Fantastic. Ty, reflecting on your undergraduate experience ongoing, what are ways that you've been able to advocate for yourself and for other students with disabilities at Villanova?
Well, ways I've been able to advocate for myself would be what we have at Villanova. We have the shuttle, we have Level, and I've been able to meet such wonderful people who also have disabilities, which make me feel like I'm just a normal person going to a college campus. Mm-hmm. And then you said beyond?
Sure, both you and yourself and others, your community, how have you advocated for others as well? Which I think you're hitting the nail on the head.
I think advocating for others would just be to understand their disability and educate yourself on social media. And I feel like by going through that, you get to know what that person is going through and help them out.
Awesome. Nyla, you have talked a little bit about this, but you clearly found some sense of belonging here at Notre Dame. Not only did you graduate last year, but you decided to stick around, get your master's, now you're an AR. What helped you feel or to find that sense of belonging here on campus?
That's a great question, thanks. Something I really struggled with through my childhood was this feeling that when I talked to people or met people, they saw Nyla, the girl with prosthetics, or the girl in a wheelchair, and like that was the end to what they like really took away from our interaction or what they knew about me. And I lived in Ryan Hall in undergrad, go Bra. Some of them are here at the same table as the BP girls. And the big thing was like becoming Nyla beyond my disability. And I'm so proud of my disability and the disability community. But I think an able-bodied person like looking in, I think something you can really do is to not take a disabled person like just from their disability, to really get to know them beyond the experiences that are related to that. You know, we have passions. I love Taylor Swift. I'd love to talk to you about her new album, and things like that. So that's really, really important for students to find that sort of connection on campus.
Fantastic. Kind of a rapid fire question for all of you. And maybe Gabe, I'll start with you if you don't mind. What's one misconception you think that folks have about students with disabilities on college campuses?
I think one big misconception I see, at least, there's the invisible disability and there's the invisible, visible disability split. And at least I can speak from the invisible disability side. You know, I've been told, oh, you're not that disabled. Because I get, you know, I remember a teacher in high school said, oh, you're not that disabled. That's, you know, I get good grades. And then that's, both can be true. I can be disabled and get good grades. I think that a huge misconception too is that like, the invisible disability is so tough because you want to talk about it. It's part of you. But then, you know, how do you shoehorn it into conversation? And kind of additionally on that note too, you know, I sometimes feel if people knew going into a conversation with me about, you know, ADHD or autism, you know, that conversation might look different. Or the interaction might look different. Or maybe those interactions in the future might look different. But that's the misconception. Because when people think autism, they have a perceived notion in their head. It's either someone who, in their mind, is kind of the Sheldon Cooper analogy of someone with no social skills, who's very smart, or someone who's not going to college. And that's, I think, to me, the biggest misconception, because when they hear about all my stuff, they kind of don't see me anymore. They see whatever media character was put in their head.
Profound. Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? One misconception you'd like to correct, shall we say, about students with disabilities on college campuses?
Yeah, I'd love to jump in, kind of relating. Also, like, just because someone has a visible disability doesn't mean that's their entire disability. Like, you don't, just by looking at them, you know, if you're in a wheelchair or use prosthetics, like, that doesn't mean that encompasses my entire experience. Alongside that, like, I think something that's really good, I think you were talking about earlier, this idea that disabled people are really strong, like, we're so inspiring and, like, I can do anything. We often don't talk about mental health and disability. And like, I grew up in a hospital. I've spent more time in a hospital than not. And never did I see like a therapist or were like asked to, if I wanted to do something like that. And, you know, when I was on campus and I relapsed, like oftentimes my mental health like was coinciding with my physical health. And like those resources we really need to buy into. Like just because I'm smiling and still getting good grades and showing up to class even though I had surgery 12 hours ago, like we need to support students in that way as well.
Absolutely. Thank you. As part of the fellow, both visible and non-visible disability gang, I appreciate that. Ty, what about you? Any misconception you would correct?
Yeah, I think you both hit it right on the head. Yeah, just following along with you guys, I think those are two misconceptions that are what you see in college most. I can't really think of any others.
Yeah, great. Anything you want to add? A misconception you think folks have?
A misconception that I encounter a lot is that people think that you're gonna be offended if they ask you if you need help. Or that people like think you're gonna be offended if they help you, which I can say that most oftentimes that's not true. I mean, obviously I'm not the spokesperson for disability, but I think that, like, at least for me, the more help that you can give or offer me is always appreciated, and I always am like, wow, that was really kind, and I'm never offended by it, and if I don't ever need or want help, I'll tell you. And I think that that's always a really important thing too, is that, you know, I'll tell you if I don't need something or if I don't want something. But I think help is always appreciated.
I'll add too, I don't know if you all have had this experience, but Annie, what you said made me think of this. I've had folks, even folks that I know and I trust and that know that I not only am a person with a disability, but I do the work of access and inclusion. I've had them be reticent to ask me about disability or about my disability or the language of inclusion, and of course there are ways to tactfully engage in those conversations, right? But if you're in a trusted space, it's like reticence to do that only further kind of others' disability. And so the more we can do to, again, and also maintain the agency to, if a question is invasive or if we don't have the energy to answer it, or if this isn't a trusted, or, you know, if the space isn't a trusted space, to say, you know, I prefer not to answer that question. But I think that's one misconception folks have, that like, maybe if I don't bring it up, it won't, we don't have to discuss it, right? So thank you, Annie, that's wonderful, and thank you all. As a closing thought, you know, hearing you all speak, it's evident that your time in undergrad at Villanova, at Notre Dame, has been critical for your development as both a person with a disability, but also the totality of your being. And undergrad is such, in the grand scheme, such a finite amount of time. What is one thing, if you could go back and talk to your freshman year self, what is one thing that you would tell them about what was to come? Whoever wants to start.
My concern. Kind of going along with like the first thing I said, I would just tell my freshman year self that, like, you don't have to do it all. It's okay to kind of prioritize the things that are most important for you, and you don't have to sacrifice sleep to get good grades, or you don't have to sacrifice getting good grades for going out and being social. So I think I would just tell her to figure out her priorities and manage what is most important to her, and to really know that it's okay, you know, to not do it all, and it's okay if you need to stay in the weekend, or if you need to go to bed at 11 p.m. or it's okay to do all those things.
I have two. One, the unserious one is when you go to the Brumm Patient Advocacy Conference in 2024, don't go to the Players Walk. For those who don't know, I went to this conference last year, and I broke my arm at the Players Walk. So if you saw an ambulance carting someone out, that was me. But hey, that's rare disease life for you. A fall that wouldn't break someone's bone for the regular person breaks my bones. But in the serious case, it's telling my freshman year self, take it slow, you'll find your people eventually. That, you know, I think we all kind of have this notion that God has a plan for you. But I think also, even though there is a plan, don't always go through the motions. Remember it, smell the flowers. You have agency and use it, but there's a plan, you'll end in a great spot, and you're gonna be great.
Awesome.
Yeah, so I struggled a little bit in my freshman year of Villanova between being social and doing the work. I would do the work more than being social, because I was really wanting to try hard and do well and make my parents impressed. But going back and telling my freshman year self, I would say, God gave you a gift, and you don't need to worry so much about go try hard. You can just be yourself and represent yourself that you have a condition, and so I think that's what I would overall tell myself, that God gave you a gift and that you want to balance the social life and the assignments.
Mm-hmm. Great. Nyla?
I think like a whole another can of worms of disability is like, you know, you can become disabled at any point in life. Mm-hmm. And for me, like it being my entire life and not knowing any differently, coming to college, like that was such me hitting a wall, realizing how much like internalized ableism like I had absorbed. Like my entire self-worth was wrapped around being like this strong, inspiring one without even realizing it. Like just going and like playing on my softball team was like a news story growing up. Like I'm just playing softball with my friends. Like why is this on the news? Things like that. But like you don't know any different. You're 6, you're 10, you're 12, you're 15. And so like I would tell my freshman year self, like, you don't have to be strong. You don't have to be inspiring. What you have to do is like live your life for yourself and to help others, and to be a force for good, as everyone likes to say here. Yeah.
Incredible. Well, Nyla, Ty, Gabe, Annie, it has been an immense pleasure. Please join me in giving them a round of applause. Thank you all. I am getting the okay from Barb that we have time for just a few questions. If anyone has questions, raise your hand and a mic runner will come to you.
Did a really good job then.
Ooh, here we go. We got a question in the back.
How's it going, everyone? Thank you all for sharing your story. You guys all have very impactful stories. I have a younger brother who suffers from a rare genetic disorder, and he often struggles in social settings. I heard, through your guys' panel that, that's kind of a reoccurring theme. If you guys had any, piece of advice for him for, kind of growing his own sort of social network, what would that be?
A really big thing that helped me growing up was something called the Serious Fun Camps. So they're all across the U.S. and abroad. They were founded by Paul Newman, and they are your traditional overnight summer camps, but it is for children with life-threatening illnesses. So I went there from 6 to 16. It was called Double H Ranch up in the Adirondacks. I was with people who had leukemia and sickle cell and MS and CP, and it's fully medically staffed, and it really brought me out of my shell. As a little kid in second and third grade, I was in and out of chemo, and this was a place I could be myself and I could socialize. And it kind of gave me those first building blocks to learn how to socialize and grow into that sphere.
Yeah, so I grew up low income, rural community, so jealous, would have loved that. I didn't meet a disabled person my age until college. So for me, a lot of it was my family teaching me confidence, and my family didn't treat me any differently, pros and cons occasionally. But for that reason, trying to go out into the world and treat people as if they're your family. At cheer, I joined cheer camp and my legs are sweaty and I just took them off and didn't think twice. And before you know it, that's the people around you that becomes normal. My friends all the time, no matter how much I'm I don't know how much I like it, are always oh, I forget you don't have legs. That's kind of funny. Which there are cons to that as well, but I think it's growing in confidence and having that family support to know treat people as if you're in your own home, and if they respond badly to it, that's not your problem, and that's an easy thing to say but a hard thing to learn. And I'm sure I think you said it's your brother, I'm sure he feels similarly to you being in his life. But to other people in the room, they're people too, and they might be just as nervous as you are about interacting with that, depending on what you're doing. So just be open to meeting people and know that that's their normal. So it can be yours too.
Absolutely. Thank
you. I do certainly agree with what she just said. Also to know that there are so many people in the world and people who want to be meted and get to know people is a great, would be a great way. So the camping, or whether that's camping or meeting new people, there are so many people in the world who want to have friends. And I think what we just heard, that if they don't want to have a friend, your brother has a friend, that's their problem.
I think for me, I had gone to the same school for pretty much my whole life. And so I had the same friends and everyone that I did, because for a few years of my life, I wasn't disabled. and I wasn't in a wheelchair, so my friends kind of knew me as like quote unquote normal, and they knew me before I had a disability. So coming here, I think it was very important and very eye-opening for me to see people who wanted to be my friend despite being in a wheelchair. And I was very nervous coming to Notre Dame. And I would be like, oh, people are even gonna really like want to be my friend because I'm in a wheelchair. I never experienced that before. And so it was really important for me to see just that you're Annie, like despite your disability, that's not all of you, that's not, I mean, yes, it's a huge part of who I am, but it's not all of you. And I think that was very important for me to realize.
Fantastic. Please join me in giving our panelists one more round of applause. And inviting Barbara back onto the stage.
Thank you all so much. We're going to take a break right now, but I just want to thank you all. It is so incredible to hear from all of you, and it helps me tremendously to think beyond my usual. So thanks so much. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in 15, and we have another panel and then lunch. So
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, gee, thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching.
Do we have, yeah.
And Buddy, you want
What?
because I want Buddy to be part of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Why not right here?
Well, I worry about,
Oh, right.
you know, that's good, right? You're
Yeah.
okay with that?
Yeah.
I just don't want you to.
Okay.
fall
Do you want to
off.
push us down more?
This way?
We're going to get started so that we can stay on time. So ask that you all please return to your seats.
All right, we're going to get things rolling. So if everybody can get back to your seats. I see some people chatting back there. Come on, come on.
6'3". How tall is he?
Alrighty, hello everyone. My name is Kathleen Burfing and I'm a current senior and MSPA peer leader. I would now like to introduce our next panel moderator to the stage, Dr. Sean Casson. Dr. Casson serves as the director of the Ara-Parsegan Medical Research Fund. In this role, he is responsible for administering all of the functions of the fund, which include advancing Niemann-Pick disease research, fundraising, managing grants for the program, and raising awareness of NPC disease. His expertise bridges the worlds of science and patient advocacy, making him the perfect guide for this important conversation on FDA engagement. Dr. Casson, welcome. I will turn it over to you to introduce the special guests that are joining you on stage. Thanks.
Thank you, and thank you for that wonderful introduction. I'm actually going to move this back. As let's see here, as Emily mentioned in the last panel, it's hard to hear your own accolades as being a Midwesterner. But I do want to actually say, Emily, wherever she is, she doesn't realize this, but she actually helped me conquer my fear of flying. So I've always been deathly afraid of flying, and I have to travel a lot, and I always have to have the window seat. But a few years ago, we were flying out of South Bend, and she got to get on the plane ahead of time, and they actually put her in my window seat. So when I came up there, she's like, well, they just put me here. You can just have my seat. And I go, I played it cool, but deep inside, I thought, we're going down. You know, this is it. But I got through that flight, and ever since, I can sit anywhere I'm a big boy now. I can sit anywhere on a plane. It's thanks to Emily. So with that, I'm really pleased to be moderating this panel. I do want to first acknowledge again Barb and Katrina. This is an incredibly awesome event. Thank you so much. The title of this panel is Patients at the Table, Shaping Drug Development Through FDA Engagement. Actually, when we were coming up with this idea, the title of this panel discussion, I submitted something that was much boring than this title. So my first question to the panelists, do you think Barb and Katrina came up with this? Or do you think they used ChatGTP?
I think they
anyways, I have a lot of jokes. I'm here all day. So, but first, I do want to have our different panelists introduce themselves. I'm actually going to start with Buddy, but before you start, Buddy and I just met today, but we share something in common. You see, when you have the last name Casson, whenever you meet somebody new, anytime you have to give your contact information, like if you're at, checking into a hotel or whatever, and you say Sean Casson, they immediately think Sean Cassidy. So they automatically will call me Sean Cassidy. And I used to just correct them, but then I just started going with it. So whenever I meet somebody new, they're like, I'm Sean Casson. Like, Sean Cassidy? I just said, yep, you got it. So with that, though, I would like Buddy to introduce yourself, about your experience as someone with a rare disease, especially though as an advocate, and maybe some of the highlights or the impact that you've had.
Sure. So I'm Buddy Cassidy. I have Duchenne muscular dystrophy. 36 years old, English PhD student at UC Irvine, hoping to do the dissertation defense in December. I think probably one of the most exciting times in my advocacy career was the FDA AdCom in May of 2023. Apparently I argued for like 9 hours, but I don't really remember because I had some questions I wanted to ask, and I was going to ask them all before we went home. But I think probably the most exciting moment for me was before the meeting, I had seen videos of kids with Duchenne really benefiting from this new gene therapy, getting staying the same, getting better. That doesn't happen. And yet, some of the other experts on the committee kept saying, it's anecdotal evidence. It's anecdotal evidence. And I'm hearing things like, well, I suppose the videos are remarkable, but. And I was thinking, but nothing. So I'm a Renaissance scholar. So I said, well, let's take this back to Francis Bacon, the father of science. And I said, science is observation. I said, what's not showing up in the quantitative data is that might be a problem with our measurements. I said, but we have plenty of qualitative data here. I think we can trust our eyes. So that was a pretty exciting moment for me because, well, I came in, swore I was going to move heaven and earth to get it through. So thank you.
Thank you, and I can assure you that the rare disease that I've been involved in, Niemann-Pick type C, we kind of used the buddy model too by saying that this isn't just anecdotal. This is impacting these children. So just know your words inspire a lot of us in many other rare diseases. With that, I would now like Annie Kennedy to introduce herself. Annie. But give your title, but instead of going through your bio, kind of talk about how you got engaged in the rare disease community.
Sure. So I'm Annie Kennedy, and I'm with the Everlife Foundation for Rare Diseases, which is one of the leading rare disease organizations in the US. And I lead our policy advocacy and patient engagement services. I got involved in direct service initially. So like many people, our careers sort of evolve and are never a straight line. So I actually started in direct service in the neuromuscular space and worked in clinics and led support groups and directed summer camps. I love the shout out to the importance of summer camp. And when I would be in those spaces working with families, what I found was there were just some barriers that were insurmountable and prescribed services that doctors were writing prescriptions for that couldn't be filled, that families had to be paying for out of pocket. And when I actually started doing this work, it was a long time ago, and there were no therapies, and there were no clinical trials, and actually natural history studies were just starting. But I happened to be in a very exciting place and space. I was in the DC, Baltimore area, and clinical trials were getting ready to get started, and there were big discoveries happening. And I was in a place where we could actually help build infrastructure to build that momentum as a community. If we started to build that momentum with the families, as researchers were moving their labs into DC, if we began to work with them to build the momentum with the investigators and talk about why natural history was important and recruit for those studies and do that investigator training in DC so those investigators then would be doing those measurements the same way around the world. And that's how my career started to evolve. And I then became somebody who was leading legislative efforts and advocacy efforts. And so that sort of diagonal line sort of moved through into what we'll spend more time talking about was patient-focused drug development. And what I now do is much broader work on a broader scale across the US to where what Buddy was just talking about, working with federal agencies and patients and helping ensure that not only are patients at the table, but that the tables exist. And we can talk a little bit about what that means.
Incredible, thank you. And lastly, we'll have Tim Franson. Again, please share how you got engaged with the rare disease community.
Sure, well thanks Sean, it's great to be up here, and I've had the privilege of working with all these folks to a great degree. By training, I'm a physician and pharmacist, and I spent a career at Eli Lilly as their global head of regulatory affairs. So drug development is something in my bones. I'm now, and since 2008, with a group called Faegre Drinker Consulting. Two of my colleagues are here, and we work with patient advocacy groups as well as drug developers in terms of their interactions with FDA and also undertaking innovative programs. And that's where my memories come, which actually dovetail with Annie and Buddy as it relates to early efforts in Duchenne muscular dystrophy. And I think one of the things that really captured my imagination of the kind of impact that rare disease advocacy can have related to the first guidance authored by a patient community. Guidance is usually something FDA produces, and it's a cookbook or recipe for how companies need to develop new compounds, drugs or biologics. They didn't have enough resources in terms of people or other supportive tasks to be able to generate a guidance for Duchenne. And we said, okay, we're going to do it. And that brought together the community of investigators, patients, parents, those with particular skills. That resulted in a guidance document that FDA recognized and actually published on their website. And subsequent to that time, we've seen the community go from, as Annie referenced, from 0 therapies available for Duchenne to now 8. That's incredible, and it comes to a great degree because of the kind of advocacy people like Buddy and Annie have been able to champion. And Buddy is famous for his quote of time is muscle. And that essentially means in a degenerative disease, any time lost in getting a cure or into a clinical trial is a loss of muscle mass that follows through for any rare disorder, especially anything that's relentlessly progressive. So this is exciting times for all of us.
Well, thank you. And I'm actually going to go right back to you, Tim. So I met Tim probably about 7 or 8 years ago when our community, the Niemann-Pick type C community, hosted what's called a patient-focused drug development meeting with the FDA. And when the concept was first brought up to me, you know, someone said, you should host one of these PFDD meetings. Like many of you, I was like, what's that? But it's been a critical step for our rare disease group and so many more. So I'd like Tim to actually just talk about what patient-focused drug development is and sort of some of the impacts that it's had over the years.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. And I'll get to the definition of PFDD or patient-focused drug development in a moment, but I love the title of this seminar. And patients at the table, let's say at the policy table. In Washington, the word is, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And you don't want to be subject to actions without voice. Even if you're at the table, you need a voice. And you need a voice of several octaves, different kinds of communications to really carry forward the message from a community to different audiences, especially regulators. So let's talk in 1 second about what drug development is. It's essentially a systematic process where you go through stages of showing a compound is safe and then effective, and the final calculus is that benefits outweigh risks. So what is patient-focused drug development? That is taking the characteristics of benefit and risk and translating them to rare diseases, which are much less better understood and less characterized than with prevalent drugs. You know, if you have hypertension or high blood pressure, it's very easy to monitor. Millions of people have it. The natural history is well defined, and you can easily compare a new compound to many that are already available. And there are standard rules to do that, but I won't bore you with regulatory geekiness. But in terms of patient-focused drug development, this process has been active for about 15 years. It was finally placed in legislation in 2012 and further enhanced by the Cures Act in 2016, resulting in a number of guidance documents, which I already mentioned. There are now 4 guidance documents for patient preference studies and patient-focused drug development. And rare diseases are the perfect model, because there is not well-described natural history in many. And so that is an opportunity for patient involvement everywhere from the initial steps of first-in-human design studies all the way through to post-approval studies. And this is just a great opportunity for patients to be involved. As Sean referenced, there are a number of venues where the patient voice can be heard. And that voice is characterized by doing very careful assessments of what matters most to patients. That was not part of typical drug development that I was involved in for infections and so forth at Lilly and beyond, nor was it prevalent anywhere in the industry. But now we see new programs that are designed to capture what's important to patients and their families in terms of how you feel, function, and survive. And more importantly, these processes put this into something that's not only meaningful to patients, but measurable. And that is the difference. That's the currency by which FDA is convinced of something. So how do you make things measurable in terms of patient outcomes and how they feel, function, and survive? You develop tools like patient preference surveys that draws out the community's willingness and individuals' willingness to accept benefit expectations for some concrete understanding of what that risk trade-off might be. And quite frankly, whether you have a prevalent or a rare disease, no drug or biologic is 100% safe. So understanding how to explain that, to have the information to be able to help patients understand this, and that voice and those kind of very objective measures can then be translated into the kind of meetings that Sean talked about with externally focused, patient-focused drug development. Too many abbreviation letters and words, but essentially FDA saying, come on in, Niemann-Pick type C community. We'll listen to you, we'll listen to your investigators. We'd like to hear how your endpoints in clinical trials are meaningful or not to patients. And can they be measured, and do they make a difference in longevity or in terms of activities of daily living? So those things have been fundamentally transformational for the patient-focused drug development efforts, especially in the rare disease communities. And so I don't rattle on, I'll pass the baton back to you.
Well, it's certainly had an impact in our community. We had our first 2 therapies approved just over a year ago, and I wouldn't say this was just, PFDD wasn't just a step, it was a key step in this process, and it's been very impactful. And I always go back to thanking you and Dave and your team for really helping us host an incredible meeting with the FDA. I'm going to turn the next question to Annie. I was just looking at your bio, and here it is. Board of Directors of Cure SMA, Patient-Driven Values and Healthcare Steering Committee, Patient-Centered Core Set Steering Committee, National Health Council's core evaluation, and it just goes on and on. So in 30 seconds, can you tell us what all those do? Okay, no, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to ask you to do that. But obviously, these have a big impact on bringing the patient voice to the regulators. Can you kind of talk about some of the work you're doing in some of these committees and how they impact that?
Yeah. I mean, I think the way I would say it is, Tim talked about the fact that there's a saying that if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. I think the way we sometimes like to talk about it within the patient community, and I think it's actually been really exemplified beautifully today by the previous panels and speakers, it's actually our table. And so it's not about having a seat at the table. It's about making sure that we're setting the stage for communications and generating data in a way that are going to inform decision making, that are yielding therapies that are going to change our health outcomes and ensure that we have access to those therapies. And so that starts at the beginning. There was a question about newborn screening and genomic sequencing. That starts at the very beginning about ensuring that we have shorter diagnostic odysseys and providers who are recognizing symptoms for rare diseases. There are a couple of us in the room that are wearing zebra print because there's a paradigm in medicine that in medicine, medical professionals are actually taught that if you hear hooves, look for horses, not zebras. They're actually taught to not think about rare disease. And we have to actually shift that paradigm and teach people to think about rare disease, think about the zebras, because Well, individually they're rare, collectively they're not. Collectively there are more than 10,000 rare diseases affecting an estimated more than 30 million Americans, more than 10% of the population. It's our table. So when we were talking about patient-focused drug development, Tim just did a beautiful job talking about what that ecosystem is, but where that came from, it didn't just happen. It wasn't just legislators were like, oh, this would be a really great idea, let's do this. It was actually patient groups that drove those legislative efforts, that developed those infrastructure, that FDA is now mandated to consider that data. And the data is being generated by academics, it's being generated by industry partners, and it's being generated by patient groups to drive that into frameworks that are now required to be considered and informed. Buddy just gave a really great example that he participated as a voting representative on an advisory committee when FDA was reviewing the first gene therapy to treat the condition that he lives with. And it was also the first gene therapy that was going through a very specific review pathway at FDA called the accelerated approval pathway. So there were a couple really novel things about that. The other thing that was novel is that he was what's considered to be a patient representative, not the parent representative. And we had fought as a community that in conditions that were pediatric onset, you shouldn't just have a parent representative on that advisory committee, that if there is an adult population living with that condition, you should also consider having an adult who was born with that condition vote on that committee, because there might be two different perspectives. And that happened that day, and that changed the outcome of that vote because of the way he could articulate what the data in that trial meant for his lived experience. So these are all the things that are happening. And really it comes down to many, many years ago, families would come to FDA, we would be there, and somebody at FDA pulled us aside and said, listen, patient stories are really important, they're very compelling, but that individual at FDA, and I think Tim, you were there with us that day, said, but this isn't data, and we speak in a language of data. We need data. And that was about 20 years ago, and that changed everything. And we realized that until we started to marry the lived experience with the data and learned how to translate that, we weren't going to create that paradigm shift. And that's really what patient-focused drug development has been bringing patient experience data forward to regulators in a way that would speak to them in their language, that they could use it and pull it down into the clinical trial experience so that we were all going to be speaking the same language.
I love that. Well, obviously, parents are part of the journey. It's not parent-focused drug development, it's patient-focused drug development. But I do want you to know I don't have my zebra shoes on, but I got my striped sort of zebra Parsegian purple socks on, so I'm with you. And now I want to turn it over to Buddy. You know, your community is now, you're working on advocating for the next generation of therapies. Can you talk a little bit about that and maybe talk to some of these rare disease groups that don't have a therapy approved at all, you know, give them some advice.
Okay, so in terms of advocating for the next generation of Duchenne therapies, I think the best thing I can do at this point is to widen my set of concerns and expand my priorities beyond just Duchenne and Becker, but rare disease in general. I want to work toward building a coalition to see that in these, in these hearings, these drug development discussions, that the voice of the patient is heard. And if I'm going to do that, I'm going to have to advocate for rare disease more broadly. Again, if we're going to change the paradigm. Again, in an April 17th, 2025 press release, Commissioner McCary wrote that the FDA will prioritize and elevate the role of patients and caregivers, strengthening the voices of their community. So for patient advocacy, for patient involvement in the regulatory process, this is our moment. This is the right to try movement coming into its own. So let's work together and see to it that the FDA succeeds in its mission to prioritize and elevate that patient voice. So here's our opportunity. Let's go for it. Let's not let it pass by. We're gonna sidle on up to the table like you belong there, because you belong there, and well, it's your table. In particular, I'm interested in advisory committee meetings and the patient rep seat on these advisory committee meetings. Gone are the days when the FDA can just sort of deliberate internally and issue a decision with minimal patient input. It's not prudent, it's not ethical. So I think what we really need to keep pushing these AdComs so we get a say in the drugs, the therapies that can actually benefit us, and make these AdComs a priority. The other thing is, I want to see to it that the patient rep seat at every AdCom, patient-focused drug development meeting is filled. Because what I learned from my own advocacy experience, AdCom experience, is that you're the patient, right? So you're the most holistic expert on all aspects because you live with this disease. And you can't trust everyone else to do the right thing for you and your community. That's why you're there. And so for rare disease groups that haven't gotten anything passed yet, I know we talk about getting to know the companies, the advocacy groups, but you want to get to know the regulators, the regulatory framework. You want to reach out and try and make connections. Maybe it's a little intimidating, bureaucracy can be vast, and so in that case you probably want to get a patient advocate from another community with experience like this. It doesn't have to be me. I'm quite happy to mentor others, but just someone else from another rare disease patient community that can give you pointers. Where do you start? And you're going to want to start knowing the structure of the FDA. That matters. That determines who you're dealing with. And you better start learning your acronyms. And there are a lot of acronyms, okay? Like we got the PDUFA, FDASIA, okay? It sounds like the Beach Boys. Kokomo, PDUFA, FDASIA. Ooh, I want to take, right? So you're like in a sea of acronyms and you're like, okay. Plenty of books out there to help you out with that, different charts. Yeah, thank you.
Perfect. You can finish the rest of the song if you want.
We're close to Kokomo.
Yeah. I think that's spot on, because I think for all the students here as part of the program, for some of the other rare disease groups here, that's extremely valuable information. A lot of the advice that Buddy was giving, especially understanding the FDA, is still even stuff that I don't even understand. That's why I have great people like Buddy and Annie and Tim, and they can explain that stuff to me. I know we're coming up on our time limit, but I do want to, there's one more question I want to ask I think is really important. It's about sort of the changes that are going on in the government right now. I sort of want to get your insight on how they are maybe affecting right now, potentially affecting. Are there opportunities to take advantage of? Just would like to hear from some of the experts here who are dealing with this on a day-to-day basis, your thoughts. So.
Well, there are opportunities as well as threats. And I think there's some new policies being announced that for rare disease communities are very encouraging, looking at different ways to measure outcomes and so forth. This may be counterbalanced by some of the discussion about not as many advisory committees, which would quell patient voice, which is not in the best interest of these processes. That hasn't been announced as a certainty, but it has been telegraphed in recent administrative statements. So I think we need to monitor these things very closely. But I would still say the environment is upbeat. There remains good catalysts for development. We need to renew some of the legislative boosters. The priority review voucher for working on rare pediatric diseases has been a real plus for the development communities. And I think with those things in mind, there's a benefit-risk balance here on what will be continued and what will not.
Yeah, I would say, so one of the things that happened at the very end of last year and then was implemented at the beginning of this administration is our community collectively advocated for the establishment of a rare disease innovation hub at FDA. That's something our organization helped lead and took a village, took everybody to support. That was a very big deal. We had actually been advocating for a center of excellence for rare diseases at FDA, and what FDA came back and said is that through our advocacy, they had realized that rare diseases represents 50% of what they regulate at the agency, and so doing that would have required such a restructuring that at that moment they weren't going to be doing that, but they created this hub. The fact that that was implemented at the beginning of this administration was a really terrific signal from the administration of their commitment to rare disease. And then with all of the reductions in force at the beginning of this administration, we did not lose the personnel from the hub or the momentum from the hub. They came out with their strategic agenda right away. And so what we've seen are real commitments and ongoing commitments to rare disease. So we have real good reason to believe that this current administration and that those who are there are very committed to rare. We're also seeing more new programs be announced related to rare. We are seeing a lot of trends though around some of the delays in some of the therapy approvals and things. So we're seeing some mixed messages is what I would say, which are concerning to some of our to all of our sponsors and to our rare disease community. And we are monitoring that. And as Tim said, there are some major legislative vehicles that are critically important to rare therapeutic incentives that we're working with Congress to make sure get reauthorized. So we're keeping the pressure on right now. We're working with Congress to make sure we keep that pressure on. So if that is something that's of interest to you as an advocate or to your patient organization, please join us in that. We are the Every Life Foundation for Rare Diseases. We have a lot of advocacy tools. If the alphabet soup is confusing to you, we have glossaries and we have training tools for advocates. And if you're interested in doing some of the advocacy that Buddy's been talking about, we have training programs for that. So none of this, we dispel all of that. We make it turnkey for you, but we need everybody to be sort of engaging in that. But I would say we have real reasons to be cautiously optimistic because while we see a lot of things getting cut back, what we don't see getting shaved back a lot right now as far as the funding priorities are the rare programs. So the momentum, the push that we are keeping on Congress and keeping on is working, and we need to keep that up. We need to keep the drumbeat up because as we know, the urgency around rare has never been more important. And we need to make sure that our members of Congress who represent us, we have a Congressional Rare Disease Caucus in Washington, that they hear from us and that they know that their work matters more than ever so that they continue to champion us.
Buddy, any thoughts?
So in a 2024 interview with PPMD during Duchenne Awareness Month, I said there's pushback among health policy experts some of them in the organization, some outside, against the growing influence of patient voice in drug development approval. And it's weird to me because here we are at the dawn of a new era of increasingly genetic medicine. It's increasingly personalized. And so I'm like, God forbid patients weigh in on their own care. How terrible. So I like to think that when I was on the FDA advisory committee, I broke down the barrier between experts and patients. I showed that the patient is an expert. You are an expert. Just as deserving of a place in the conversation. Remember, it's our table. The other members of the panel, they're experts in the conventional sense. They know all sorts of different things, but you know one big thing, and that's you live with the disease, okay? You live with it from day to day. You inhabit that experience. So who better to do the benefit-risk analysis? Who better to articulate concerns of about quality of life? So this is the essence of the right to try movement, which isn't necessarily a particular bill or some policy items, but it's a mindset about medicine and the role of patients in the treatments they take. So at this moment, I'm optimistic about this right to try movement coming to fruition. President Trump, Secretary Kennedy, Commissioner McCary have all very much embraced the right to try movement and have been pretty vocal. And so I think we need to take them at their word. We need to be willing to take them seriously and work with them earnestly, because this is our moment. This is our opportunity, and we can't let it go to waste. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and thank you to our, thank you to our panel of experts or legends in the rare disease space. With that, I'm going to bring Katrina up to close us out.
Thank you to Buddy, Tim, Sean, and Annie. I really love the concept of this being our table, and that's something that's really going to stick with me, so thank you for those words. My name is Katrina Conrad, and I serve as the program manager for the Patient Advocacy Initiative, and in my role, I have the privilege of helping build out our strategy for all of our co-curricular learning that takes place in the minor, because we all know that advocacy just can't stay within the classroom. And so Barb has given me the opportunity to really expand on a lot of these initiatives, and I'm really grateful for that. So really briefly, before we head to lunch, I wanna highlight one of those, and it is the Summer Immersion Program, the Schumacher Summer Immersion Program. And in this particular program, we match students in the minor with a rare disease nonprofit for the duration of the summer. The students become full-fledged members of the nonprofit's team. The nonprofit provides all of the mentorship, all of the training, all of the project work. And in turn, the nonprofit gets a much-needed boost in capacity. We provide all of the funding for those student stipends, so the burden doesn't fall on the nonprofit either. So we really see this as a true win-win. And I know this slide is a little text-heavy and kind of hard to read, but really quickly, want to share that this past summer, we had 9 students working with 9 different nonprofits. The reason that I'm highlighting this now is because they're all presenting posters during lunch about their experience, and I really encourage you all to go check it out, because the impact was large. Together, collectively, those 9 students with their 9 organizations created over 250 new resources, analyzed over 600 case files, which just seems immense in a period of 10 weeks. Most excitedly, though, they were able to actually restart a number of dormant projects that had been paused due to lack of capacity, as well as start new projects that might not have otherwise been started without their help. So again, we really see this as a win-win. So thank you to all of our nonprofit partners. Thank you to the students who really knocked it out of the park this summer. And thank you to Ms. Laura Schumacher for her generous sponsorship of that program. So please talk to the students, enjoy your lunch, enjoy conversations, and we'll reconvene at about 1:20, where we'll have a presentation of an award followed by a really interactive workshop. So be ready to roll up your sleeves and get to work. Thanks.
Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. stream will begin soon.
We're going to get started. Please join us. They're coming. The students are getting their posters. Okay.
Wow, that was quiet now. Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for coming back from lunch. This morning was just outstanding, and I can really feel the positive energy in the room here today. It's an honor to be part of this event. So my name is Patty Champion, and I'm an Associate Dean, a Professor of Biological Sciences, and I'm privileged to serve as the Scientific Director for Rare Disease Research in the College of Science here at Notre Dame. It's my honor today to introduce John Crowley, President and CEO of the Biotechnology Innovation Organization, the world's leading biotech advocacy organization. John's a visionary biotech leader with decades of experience, best known as the founder and longtime CEO of Amicus Therapeutics, where he advanced treatments for rare diseases. His journey began in 1998 when 2 of his children were diagnosed with Pompe disease. Determined to save their lives, John left his corporate career to co-found this biotech startup and ultimately helped to develop the life-saving therapy that exists today. His story has been well chronicled by the Wall Street Journal, a Pulitzer Prize-winning book, The Cure, and a major motion picture, Extraordinary Measures, that starred Harrison Ford and Brandon Fraser. Beyond biotech, John is a proud Navy veteran who served in Afghanistan with the Joint Special Operations Command. He's also a graduate of Georgetown, Notre Dame Law, and Harvard Business School, and he currently serves on the Board of Trustees here at Notre Dame. So please join me in welcoming an extraordinary leader, advocate, and father, John Crowley.
Patty, thank you. That's a very, very kind introduction. I know we're going to present the Megan Catherine Crowley Award, and I think it's altogether fitting that if Megan were able to be here, and I'll explain why she can't be here today. If Megan were able to be here, that's usually where I would get the eye roll, and Megan would remind everybody to forget all that. He's just Megan's dad. So in South Bend on this campus, all of that is for naught. I'm just Megan's dad. But you know what? That's a great title to have. It is my privilege to present the Megan K. Crowley Patient Advocacy Award to Tim Tyson. And I had a chance to catch up with Tim just a short while ago. And for those of you who know my daughter Megan, I think it's very fitting that this award is named after her and is a great honor for Megan and for our family. And when she was a senior here at Notre Dame, to be the first recipient of this award and to see the quality of the students over the years, not just academically, but the character of these students, the passion, the dedication to exactly what patient advocacy is meant to be. to be a voice for the voiceless, and to empower those and their families and caregivers to be their own voices, and to learn and to teach and to listen, which Tim will serve you incredibly well in your journey ahead on your path to becoming a physician. We need more doctors like you who have the intellect, the heart, the passion, and the empathy to understand what needs to be delivered in the holistic care of people, particularly all of those living with rare diseases. Tim also shared with me he hasn't met Megan. Megan will be here for a couple football games later this fall. A 2019 graduate of this university, living with and thriving despite her Pompe disease. Megan, one of the most physically challenged students ever to go through Our Lady's University, in a wheelchair, on a ventilator, finished in 4 years with a double major, went on to get a master's in social work, and now works for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. And Megan was a Wish kid in 2001. So in some ways, life coming full circle. Megan couldn't be here, and this warms my heart to say as a dad. Megan couldn't be here today because she had to work back in New Jersey. They had a major Make-A-Wish event that she needed to be at that she was planning today. So Tim, she sends her thoughts and her congratulations. And as I ask you in a moment to come up to give you this award, I'll just share this as Tim just shared with me. He said, God, Mr. Crowley, I had a chance to visit with your daughter. I said, oh, that's great. Well, not in person. We were on Zoom. She zoomed into our class. And some of you who may have been in the class may remember this. Tim shared with me. I hadn't heard the full story from Megan. Megan was kind enough to zoom in, listen, and they asked if she'd like to say a few words. And she said, I'm sorry, I can't. I'm in a salon getting my nails done right now. Megan does things that embarrass the Kardashians. So with that, Tim, you represent the spirit and the heart of all of this. So it's my pleasure if you'd come up to present you with the award. Congratulations. Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you. You're a lot bigger than me, so I'll hop down here.
Smart. Get out of your way. Well, I just want to say thank you so much to Megan Crowley and the Crowley family for bestowing this incredible honor on me. I would also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Professor Barb Calhoun and Program Manager Katrina Conrad, as well as everyone else with the Notre Dame Patient Advocacy Initiative for providing these opportunities to contribute to the rare disease space and learn from the resilience of those like Megan. Through the patient advocacy minor and my extracurricular endeavors, I have learned that advocacy is about amplifying the patient voice to ensure that perspectives are heard. It means centering patient care, research, and policy around the everyday lives of those impacted by rare conditions, and by giving patients a platform to share their stories and insights, and by giving them the platform to share their insights. Advocacy has become deeply ingrained in my life, and it is the pathway through which I hope to be a force for good, both personally and in my future as a physician. I am so proud to represent the Patient Advocacy Initiative, and I am excited to see the continued growth and impact of the program as it shapes the next generation of advocates. Thank you again so much for the honor.
Hello, everyone. My name is Katie Burke, and I'm a senior and peer leader for the MSPA program. Up next is something very different and we think very exciting. This isn't a talk or a panel. It's your chance to work side by side with colleagues, patients, students, and advocates to tackle real challenges drawn directly from families calling into NORD. You'll brainstorm, connect, and problem solve. And by the end, not only will you have built new relationships, but will also create a living resource guide. This is about turning patient stories into action, and it starts with you.
To help us kick this off, I would like to introduce our afternoon workshop leaders, Carolyn Sheridan and Jake Saltonstall. Jake is a Community Engagement Associate at NORD and a dedicated advocate for those impacted by rare diseases. He's inspired by his younger brother's experiences. A former student athlete at the University of North Dakota and the University of New Mexico, Jake's career spans patient advocacy, sales, and business development, and he brings a personable, energetic approach to connecting people and building meaningful relationships. Carolyn Sheridan is Associate Director of State Policy at NORD and a passionate advocate for rare disease patients. She has led initiatives to establish rare disease advisory councils in multiple states and co-chairs the State Access to Innovative Medicines Coalition, shaping policy to improve access to care. With a background in state policy making and an MPH in health policy and management, Carolyn helps advocates navigate complex government systems to amplify the rare disease patient voice. Please join me in welcoming Carolyn Sheridan and Jake Saltonstall.
Okay, hi everybody. I'm gonna stay down here. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for that introduction. That was very, very kind. My name is Carolyn Sheridan. I am very excited to be here with all of you. I'm also a little nervous, so. But what an amazing day it has absolutely been so today. We have heard Barbara talk about the importance of partnerships and developing resources and having resources available for our community. We heard from Mr. Brumm and how important it is in our community to have intimacy and relationships with one another. And then Bryce talked to us about his experience and wanted to make sure that we all walked away knowing how important it is to have a network and to be able to rely on those within our network. Then we heard stories directly from patients and those patient experiences driving what I like to say solution building instead of problem solving. So I want to take all of that we have heard today and have an actual exercise where we are going to translate actual real patient stories that we at NORD have collected from individuals who have called into our patient services line. These are real, actual situations that people have called in with, and we are going to work together to identify the resources that are here within the room, as well as resources that are out on the interwebs. We're going to consolidate them to chart a path forward to help chart an actual way to address that particular challenge. How we are going to do that is I'm actually going to need a little bit of help to get started first. I am going to need those of you who are all sitting to kind of come in a little bit closer together if we can consolidate tables. As you are coming in to consolidate tables, try to find a table that has orange NORD pens on it as kind of like a way to find what you're going to be. They're mostly going to be in this center area, and then they're going to be spread out just about to this second line here. So as people are coming on in, I'll talk a little bit about where I am coming from today and where my colleague Jake is coming in from today. Jake is going to be my right-hand man. Jake, if you can stand up. You can't miss him. So if you need anything, flag him down and he'll come help you out. That includes if you need a pen. So I'm coming to you today from the National Organization of Rare Disorders, where it is our mission to improve the health and well-being of people with rare diseases and their families by driving advances in care, research, and policy. We are a now over 41-year-old organization. We were created out of the coalition of patients and families who banded together in 1983 to secure the passage and enactment of the Orphan Drug Act. That piece of legislation creates a set of incentives for the research and development into rare diseases.
It's been a pretty successful program. And at this point, that is also, in that legislation, it is also where you will find the definition of rare disease. In the policy world, it's very, very important that we have definitions so that we're all speaking the same language, so we all know that we're talking about the same thing. In which case, the definition of rare disease is any condition that is found within 200,000 or fewer individuals. So we're talking about 1 in 10 in the United States, or about 30 million people. Keeping that community at the top of our mind, keeping everything that we have heard about today at the top of our mind, here are the three things that I am hoping all of you get from our workshop today. We are going to transform challenging patient stories into advocacy action by mapping out potential next steps and solutions. We are going to connect with fellow rare disease community members to discover the collective strength from within our community and mobilize the existing expertise in the room. And then we are going to plot a pathway forward for that specific challenge using both the human connections that we realize here in the room today and the digital resources that you all discover. How is this actually going to look in practicality? So here's what's going to happen. At the tables, which there is also one here, so if people are still trying to find a spot to sit and don't have a set of challenges, but there are, on each table, you get to pick, yay. So you at your table, right, if you can now, and there should be a student helper at each table as well to kind of help make the choice, but you have 2 examples of challenges that have been called into NORD's programs. And as a table, select one of those 2 challenges. And that is going to be the challenge that your table is focusing on for our time frame here. Does any table not have challenges? Okay. Very good. There you go. Absolutely. Yep. The camera.
I saw your slide. I'm really interested in the 4 incentives for orphan drugs. Could you tell me what they are again?
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay. Here, pull these up here. Go ahead and take the...
Okay.
Yeah, of course. Okay, let's take 30 more seconds at your tables to choose your challenge. 45 more seconds to choose your challenge.
Our challenge is actually what our family's going through, so perfect.
There we go, good.
Okay, oh sure, I know, blind. This is one of my challenges. A mother is blind. Okay. 4.3.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. All right, we're coming into the last 20 seconds, folks, to pick your challenge. We have plenty of time together, don't worry.
Oh. All right, thank you. I'm very interested.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and we're coming back together in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay. So your missions, which I hope you have selected, is going to be your focus for the next 60 minutes together. We have another choice to make now, sorry. But we are now going to have to make decisions at your table to split into roles. We need people who are willing to get up and move around the room and talk to each other. And then we need people who are going to be willing to stay at the tables, heads down in your phone or on an iPad or on a computer. And we're calling those two roles either your physical hunter or your digital hunter. We do need at least one of each. So many people at each table. So once you have made that decision, our physical hunters are going to get up and you are going to circulate the room. And based on the challenge that you have selected, there are also corresponding resource sheets. And on those sheets is the exact it's kind of like a scavenger hunt. It's going to list out, okay, physical hunters, we need you to seek out this person in the room. For example, it might ask you to find a patient who is experiencing the exact challenge that you're that you're dealing with. Digital hunters, you're also going to have, maybe look up a resource from the FDA that might be able to help. And we're going to have 30 minutes to do this. And as you are meeting people, as you are finding resources, we're going to be writing them down onto our sheets. And then we're going to come back together. We're going to consolidate and share out all of the discoveries that we made, both physical and digital. And we're going to figure out how can we make these resources that we found work to address the specific challenge that we are faced with. The final choice I need you to make at that point will be to identify a spokesperson at your table, somebody who is going to be willing to take a microphone, which we will have a microphone to walk around with, and to just report out quick, this was our challenge, this is how we are going to be dealing with it. What you heard at the start was that we're also going to be having a master resource sheet. So there's also going to be a form to input all of the resources that you all find. And we're going to put it onto this form, and we're going to collect all of that data and put it into one master sheet. And within a week of this summit, we are going to send out that consolidated resource of everything that you all have found today, so that you all have not only the resources that you found, but the resources that people found at the other tables. So that is through a QR code, which will be up on the screen while you're moving around. Does the group have any questions or concerns that would benefit the rest of the group hearing before we dive in and start having our physical hunters circulate and our digital hunters hit the internet? Okay, I'm gonna start a timer for 30 minutes. I will be circulating as well, and I will be giving periodic time warnings so that you can all help with your resource hunt. All right, are you ready? On the mark, get set, here we go. I don't think I muted. Hello, hello, hello. For those of us who are joining the event virtually, you can also follow along and do this on your own. Go ahead and take a look at the screen. You should see the slide up. Pick one of those 3 challenges, and then go ahead and do some digital research. And when you have, make sure you submit your findings to the form to be part of the master sheet when you are all done. Everybody, you have 20 minutes remaining. 20 minutes remaining. Hi, everybody. This is your 15-minute warning. You have 15 minutes. Hi, everybody. We're coming into 10 minutes. You have 10 more minutes left. Everybody, we're in our final 5 minutes of the hunting portion. I'm hearing there's difficulty finding a clinical geneticist or genetic counselor. Is there any genetic counselor in the room? Okay, no, that's all right. The other. Okay, everybody, we have 3 more minutes of the hunting portion. 3 more minutes. Okay, everybody, as you're starting to make your way back to the tables and winding down the conversations that you're having, take a few minutes now, just 2 or 3 minutes on your own at the table. Take a look at all of the resources that you have found, both in the room and online. Which resource that you found surprised you the most? Put an exclamation point next to that. Which connection feels the most actionable? Circle their name. Which resource did you find that you think others might not know about? Place a star next to that one. We're going to start to wind down our conversations, and we're going to start to come back together at our tables. We're coming back together and we're reflecting on our resources that we found, which was surprising, what was really actionable to you, what resonated with you, which one do you think others might not know about? Okay, and we're coming back together in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Hi, everybody. How did it go? Was that fun? Did you meet new people? I really loved walking around and hearing about the different challenges that you had each selected and what you were learning and how everybody was meeting one another. I was really also happy to be part of some of your resource collection. And you are all welcome to reach out anytime as well. Anytime you want to talk state policy and rare disease, I am so here for it. What we are going to be doing next is at your table. I want you all to kind of talk at your table and, report out to one another. This is what I found. This is who I spoke to. And then together, just plot a really simple, set of steps. Step 1, step 2, step 3, maybe step 2A, and then step 2B, about how would you key these different resources together to address that particular problem. There is no right or wrong answer. There is no right answer. There is no wrong answer. There are only creative solutions created from the resources that are here in the room. We're going to do this for 20 minutes, and then make sure that you also select your spokesperson so that your spokesperson can tell everybody about what you all talked about. And if you have the time as well, there's a QR code up on the screen to make sure that you're uploading all of the resources into the shared master sheet so that we can make the master resource at the end, which will be disseminated a week from now. So I'm going to again start the timer. We are going to talk to one another at our tables for 20 minutes, starting now. You still have 15 minutes. You still got 15 minutes left. Hi, everybody. You have 10 minutes left. Don't forget that to submit your resources onto the sheet, and don't forget to select your spokesperson. All right, everybody, we're going to come back together in about 2 to 3 more minutes. Make sure you've selected your spokesperson. And we'll have a microphone that we'll walk around with. Hi, everyone. We're going to come back together in about 40 seconds with your spokesperson. Yeah. We're coming back together in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Jake, what's next?
So, as Carolyn mentioned, every table should have a spokesperson. So I'd like to give this opportunity for somebody to offer themselves up first. Is there anybody? Is there anyone? You'll go first? Yes, absolutely. Here's the microphone.
What's pretty amazing about this challenge is that the people who I am honored to sit with live it. A family has obtained a rare genetic diagnosis that has no treatment options but doesn't know next steps to identifying potential treatments. This is what you live, right? And continue to live every day. So the thing about this is that it's completely overwhelming. Where do I start? What do I do? And it's never ending, and every day is the same never ending challenges. So that's the lived experience that this table shares. So in our investigation, we all had a lovely combination of our physical hunt and our digital hunt, and we just wrapped up our group discussion by consulting ChatGPT.
Fantastic.
Now, what's interesting about this and using technology is that it really gave back to us what we just experienced. The first of which was to start with an organization like NORD. Yeah. In speaking with you, Carolyn, we learned a lot about what NORD can do for patients. So many resources there. But in speaking with you, Buddy, you also said Every Life Foundation is a wonderful resource as well. And that's something that we heard earlier this morning, and again, told back to us by ChatGPT. I would be remiss in not sharing the other experiences that we had here with Dennis, the lawyer, who helps patient advocacy groups get set up and foundations especially. Also Shannon, the nurse practitioner who has dedicated her career to patients and is now developing a patient advocacy platform. The key takeaway in all of this is you just have to keep asking questions and you have to keep continuing your search, because even these beautiful people here who are struggling to find answers, one day they may have them, the next day it changes. And I watch you, Kathleen, multitask constantly, and you have access to so much information, and yet it's always changing, and you're always learning something new. In terms of the digital environment hunt, before we got this lovely overview from ChatGPT, some of the resources that were listed here, so Bertrand's is broad, but the whole idea here is that there are methodologies and steps to develop a plan forward. But the biggest takeaway for you, Pete, is that it's a marathon, not a sprint. And that's something that a family certainly needs to know as they go into this everyday experience. And then the NCATS Toolkit, a great resource for high-level steps to discovery. But when Dave was reviewing the clinicaltrials.gov and patient-led research, robust information, but you kind of need to know a little bit to be able to access it. And then some of it is written so that perhaps a clinician would understand it, but a family just faced with this for the first time wouldn't. So the other thing that concerned us a little bit is that a notice did come up and said, because of lack of government funding, information may not be current and accurate. So again, more confusion, I think. Did I miss anything? Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for setting a fantastic standard for everybody else. Would anybody else like to follow up? Over here.
Thank you. So our scenario was we had an adult with a rare disease who is losing parental insurance at age 26 and cannot find affordable coverage. And so we had a great table of people that find themselves in probably this transitional stage, and so they could relate to what it feels like to be lost without insurance, and then to have a rare disease, it makes it ever so more impactful to you. So the first thing through our digital hunt was finding the Patient Advocate Foundation Care Line, which is an organization that helps someone with a rare disease navigate insurance and all the nuances of it. So hopefully that person would be able to identify if they live in a state where there are laws that if you have a rare disease, you can maintain on your parents' insurance even after the age of 26, or help them with, if they're working, to assure that they are covered by their employer's group too. So we found that to be a great resource. If there were additional costs even after they got insurance, we found resources such as the HealthWell Foundation or PAN, who offers assistance to people to cover their costs. Did I miss anything? Table? Ours was more clear-cut.
I love it. Thank you so much. Thank you all for sharing. Do we have another volunteer?
So our group, the challenge was a newly formed patient advocacy group is curious about alternative ways to mobilize their advocacy efforts outside of story sharing. So what we talked about is kind of the first general things that this organization that is utilized mostly storytelling should do is just form a call to action and really make sure there's a clear summary of what the organization does. And I think our social seekers that went out into the world and met other people, I think our mission was a little bit maybe broader than some of the other missions here. And I think the conversations that were had with our seekers was just kind of emblematic of, it's a good reminder of if you have an initiative, go talk to everyone you know about that initiative, because likely you'll be pointed in the right direction and people naturally want to help you. So I think that's just really important. If you have that brief summary of what you're doing and a call to action, it's just easier to get to the right resources. And then at the table, we were trying to find some resources to help us write letters to the editor and just spread awareness about what we were doing. And what was interesting to our group was how many resources there were on just, Googling letter to the editor for rare diseases, like lots pops up. And then this group mentioned ChatGPT. Well, you pair one of those templates to what you're trying to say, ChatGPT can basically write it for you. So it can be a very low lift as long as you know what your call to action is and what you're trying to get across. And then there were also a ton of resources on tabling at community events and how to make what your call to action is kind of stand out. So those resources are there, which is great. That's what we did.
Great job. Who's next? Oh, I see. You were ready. I love that.
Hello. My name is Manny. I'm a senior. So our challenge involved finding people who can help patients diagnosed with a rare disease find different clinical trials to participate in. And so as for our physical environment hunt, some of the names that we were able to find were obviously the amazing Barbara Calhoun. who helps teach the introductory course to the Science and Patient Advocacy minor. And then as well as some other names like Allison Breitbarth, who has a child, is a caregiver for someone who's navigated the child search. And then we have Tim Franson, who is a biotech professional, pharmaceutical biotech professional. And then moving on to the digital hunt, there's a couple of ones. A really good one is like Facebook groups. I know that those have been utilized by all sorts of people looking for just different information in the rare disease space. Another one would be physicians and social media, as well as networking and these pharmaceutical companies who have an advocacy wing. And then lastly, I'd say, and as just one more for the physical, Dave Zook, he's a science and research lawyer. So I think that's very great. And so there's also one more called clinicaltrials.gov, but this one can be pretty difficult to navigate for patients. So yeah, some of how we would approach this problem.
Thank you so much for sharing. You already know my follow-up question. Here we go. Love it.
Hi, my name is Michael. I'm a freshman here at Notre Dame. Our challenge was a care team across multiple specialties treating the same patient, but the providers are not communicating effectively, and so the family is caught in the middle of that. So our physical seekers went out and spoke to a variety of people, family who has improved care coordination, care coordinators, physicians with multidisciplinary care models, and health systems administrators, as well as some other wild cards. And one of the major points of consensus across everybody we talk to is having either an advocate from the family or someone who can represent the family to all of these physicians. And a major strategy was having a binder with all of the medical records, the medical history, labs, that sort of thing. So these physicians, even if they are not actually talking to one another, they are effectively communicating with the family and having all of the history that they need to make the appropriate decisions and prescriptions. As far as the digital seekers, there were a couple really interesting options that came up. One was ertherapies.optum.com, which appoints a care coordinator to you free of charge who will represent you digitally. Another similar note was a tool called Citizen Health, which is an AI advocate, so I think a recent advent, but it will act as an advocate for you and answer every single question about your medical history, that sort of thing, once you feed it your records and labs. Another tool is RxNT, which is an electronic health records app, so the same sort of thing as the binder, but perhaps more accessible in the modern age of pushing for digital health. Another thing, I know earlier one of the panelists was talking about mental health and how that coincides with rare disease, and this family is being caught in the middle of it, and that is, of course, a struggle. So something we highlighted was an app called Rare Guru, which helps rare disease patients find other people with a similar condition or the same condition to connect and share their struggles and share that lived experience. And I think all of those really work to handle that, bridging that communication gap and supporting the family as well as ensuring accurate communication.
Thank you so much for sharing. That was fantastic. Any more volunteers in the back?
Hi everyone, my name's Maureen and I'm a junior in the minor right now. And the problem that my group and I worked with was that a patient that has lived with a rare disease for 20 years now is facing severe dental problems caused by chronic vomiting. And the patient works full-time, but insurance will not cover most of the extensive and costly work needed. And we thought this is definitely a problem that a lot of people are probably experiencing, is issues with the insurance companies. And I got to talk to Kyra and her family, and they actually did experience this issue with fighting with insurance when they are denying care. So what they recommended doing was checking in with current physicians with their disease to make sure that all the documentation is up to date and the paperwork is able to prove that they need the care and it's not just a cosmetic issue. and that it's like associated with their rare disease. So yeah, the first step we said would be to check in with your current physicians. And then we said that it would be important to simultaneously reach out to other charities. We were doing some research on this. There could be charities for your rare disease. We thought about like charities for the ADA, and even like we looked up Crest Toothpaste Company actually does free dental care too for patients like this. And then I heard someone talk about like a Facebook group. We also talked about like reaching out to your local community, asking for help, like maybe look through the media. And then another important step would be to discuss with a lawyer and make sure like your paperwork's all up to date and like help fight with the insurance company with this. But yeah, that's what my group and I came up with. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. We have the opportunity for one more group to share. And I also want to take this opportunity to please use our QR code up here to share your findings with us. Do we have one more volunteer? I saw a hand go up over there. Okay, I'm doing it. I'm coming.
What's up, guys? My name's Akash. I'm a senior in this minor, and our challenge was access to specialists in long-distance care. And I think overall, our group kind of like just went from like the overall issue and then went to like the specific actions that we could take. So Dr. Block brought up interesting points. He knows an Angel flight pilot, and specifically in Minnesota, and what they do is basically like Uber for chemotherapy. And what we found is we can kind of like scale this for rare disease patients as well. And if we subsidize those rides, it can be super fruitful for these patients, and that could really decrease the overall time that's needed for care. And going on to the next point, we wanted to like expand on teledentistry as well. And right now, not teledentistry, telehealth. And like in the status quo, like there's blood spot tests, and the NIH is giving out 3% budget for SPR testing. So we kind of want to expand on this and provide more seed funding for rare diseases. I think this would be super useful, and it's something super tangible that we can all implement right now. And with this, there can be more discovery for rare diseases and more results. Yeah.
That was great. I love ending on that one. As a reminder, please share all your findings on the QR code. You know, it's all around the room. But I'm going to hand the microphone back to Carolyn.
All right, and that wraps the workshop portion. Thank you so much for your participation today with this. Never stop having these conversations with one another. Our strength comes from within our community. And everybody knows something weird. Everybody knows somebody else. And we all have so much to learn from one another. So hopefully this was just, one way to get started with that. We have a whole weekend ahead of us. I'm going to pass it over to Barb.
I was just amazed at just the networking component of that and finding out what people do and outside of their careers, what are your talents and interests, and it was phenomenal. I loved it. Thank you very much. We are going to close today, but I wanted to thank everyone, the speakers, the attendees. We hope you were able to connect with others and enjoy it as much as I did. I'm going to say this again. Please fill out the evaluation form. It's so important to me because I really value your opinions, and we want to make it for you, with you. So please do that for me. We are going to be heading over to Jordan Hall. But first I wanted to have you hear from our interim dean, Steve Corselli. I don't know where Steve is. There you are, Steve. Have him say a few closing words for us. Thank you, Steve. Sorry.
No worries. Thank you so much, Barb. Good afternoon, everybody. So my name is Steve Corselli, and I have the profound privilege of serving as the interim dean of the College of Science. So today has been an extraordinarily moving and meaningful day. I'm deeply grateful to be here among you. First, I want to thank Josh Brumm for his generous support of the summit and for his inspiring opening remarks. I also want to recognize Barb and Katrina for their tireless efforts supporting patient advocacy and our minor. And to the patients and families who so courageously shared your experiences with rare diseases, thank you. Your stories ground our work in what truly matters. I also extend my gratitude to our panelists, moderators, presenters, students, staffs, and volunteers who have made today's possible. As Josh reminded us this morning, what we're building here in patient advocacy is a truly unique Notre Dame effort. It's a living expression of our mission to be a force for good in the world. Today also reflects Father Bob's call to cultivate hope, reminding us that we can each be an agent of hope through our voices and our actions. But our commitment doesn't end today. Patient advocacy is not a one-time event. It's a growing, enduring priority for the university and for the College of Science. This summit marks the beginning of a broader initiative that will continue to grow and have ever greater impact. For our students, advocacy extends far beyond graduation. It shapes their professional lives and their personal character. Our support for the Patient Advocacy Initiative helps cultivate a lifelong community of patient advocates who will influence healthcare and touch lives well beyond Notre Dame. Guided by our mission, we are committed to standing alongside rare disease patients and families, breaking down barriers, and building a stronger community of support and advocacy. So as we close, I invite each of you to carry forward what we've learned today into your own work and relationships with patients. Strengthen the culture of advocacy wherever you go, and know your voice matters. And now, it's my pleasure to welcome Barb to share a few more words about the rally. Go Irish.
So before we leave, I just wanted to say we're having a rare rally in Jordan Hall, and it's going to be fun, and it's all about getting rallied up for the game. And so we're going to have food and games and ice cream, like I mentioned. So please feel free to come over. We'll also have the bagpipes playing for us, and we're going to have the leprechaun and some other fun Notre Dame components there. We also will have the Ronald McDonald House. We'll have a Rosie's Place, which is a respite for medically fragile kids and their families. We'll have uplifting athletes, and of course we'll have NORD. They'll have tables there for more information. And before we go, I just wanted to let you know that we love having the relationship with uplifting athletes. They're a football group that they have a chapter in most of the major universities. We have a chapter here, and they're, of course, unable to be here with us, but they wanted to kind of lead us off into the rare rally. So I have a little message from them for you.
Hey guys, it's CJ here. We're here with the Notre Dame football team. We're disappointed we couldn't be here this weekend. We're preparing for Boise State. We love you guys though. Support from here. Go Irish. Go Irish.
Go Irish. So thank you all for being here. We really appreciate it. We'll see you over at Jordan Hall.